I hear Jacob crying. Why here I can hear him crying. When you gonna rise, call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise, let's hear your roar. When you gonna rise, Jacob? Eagerly you coming, eagerly you cries, Jacob. You born then. I feel Jacob rising. Can you see? I can see him rising. Jacob, dry your eyes and call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise to be restored. Troubles are brewing, Jacob. You need to stop what you're doing. Oh, Jacob. You know the promise is waiting. Oh, you need to call on the Lord, so I can hear your Jacob crying. I can hear you crying. I can hear crying. Jacob, dry your eyes. Call on the Lord. Mighty Jacob, rise, and you will be restored. Troubles is brewing, no Jacob. Just stop what you're doing. Stop it, Jacob. Because the promise is waiting, no Jacob. So call on the Lord, and He will hear your voice. Oh, Jacob, let us hear it. Oh no, let's hear that roar. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Ooh, Jacob, come and call on.
Jacob, come and call on the Lord. I hear Jacob crying, but you know what? I can see him rising. Shalom, brothers and sisters. This is Elder Ricard Shiar along with Elder Lawyer with our weekly Sabbath lesson. Shabbat Shalom to all of our brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. And that's right. We have a very, very, very blessed and deep lesson for you all this Sabbath. That's right. You see the title. You see the title. That's right. Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. And this lesson will be breaking down the fall of Babylon and also the purposeful, straight dismantling of the system. Because there's two things working simultaneously, good and evil. But most people can't quantify what it is and understand what the fall of Babylon is. So today we're going to deal with it from what you would call not only from a heavenly perspective of what that means with Babylon is fallen, the good, but the negative effects of of Babylon falling from the left, from Satan, from those who rule the earth. How it was planned when they actually made America to one day dismantle it. Mm-hmm. It was created to be dismantled. All right? And what does that mean for us? Also in this particular lesson, this Sabbath, all praises be to the Most High, Ahaya Bashim Yeshaya Wabaruach. I also want to touch on the righteous, those who could see. How do we interact? Or what to expect? What is our expected responsibility to those who choose not to see? Right? Because sometimes we feel this earnest spirit to have everyone realize how close we are, in hopes of saving many. And guess what, folks? I don't think there's no one outside of, think about us. No one wants more for all people to come to the Most High and do the right thing than the men before you.
That's right.
But we're realists in understanding the Bible. So we're going to also quantify that. What of the people, our loved ones, our brothers, our sisters, our close family members whom we love, or our friends? What of those on the outside who actually has been rejecting this word up until this point? That will be handled today also. Hit the like button, draw some people in, because I don't think anyone want to miss this lesson today. Okay. The other thing I wanted to talk about at the very end, we have questions that we're going to pose out there. There are going to be some questions. There's going to be some questions. I'm going to put out one question, which will actually be a segue into our week 3 lesson, what really happened in slavery. What really happened in slavery. So at the very end, I'm going to pose a question that I would like sisters to answer in particular in the chat. No brothers. At the very end, I'm going to ask one question. With scriptures. And I want sisters to answer this question. And I think it's going to really be a great segue into our week 3 Hebrew and Bible Academy lesson. Okay? Now, before we go into the Hebrew Credo, right? Before going into the Hebrew Credo, all right? Let me also put out there that, blessed, I see you all coming in. Shalom, bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you all. Let me say that first and foremost. You know, the Gathering of Christ Church, the elders, we all appreciate you. All right, let me put that out there. All right. Now, before we go into the Hebrew Credo, let me also give an update, because a lot of phone calls are coming in concerning, okay, I sent my details for the Hebrew and Bible Academy without a response as of yet. Don't worry about it, brothers and sisters. We're working around the clock. Your information is being processed, and you will have your welcome email before tomorrow morning, at least up into tonight. So don't worry about it. But what I do need you to do for us understand that there's things we can't control, sending out the welcome emails in bulk. Sometimes what happens is any respective email service, Gmail or whatever the case is, if they see things being sent in bulk, they could automatically deem that spam or junk, even though it's not. Okay? So make sure before you call, you check your spam or junk mail and go to the top when you see our email and say, not spam, not junk. Therefore, any email that comes from our bulk email going forward will come directly as regular mail. Okay, you'll do yourself a favor on that side, or do us a favor on that side, because we cannot control how they process our mail coming to you. So make sure before you call, you check your junk, check your spam, and then mark it not spam. Okay? And then just follow every detail, read it carefully, every detail, so that you'll have a flawless transition into our academy tomorrow. That's right. The creation of the universe. Wait till you see what we're going into tomorrow. Breaking down the tree of good and evil, the heavenly realm. And we're going to identify the spirits who are called gods on earth. We're going to identify those spirits before earth was made. The sons of God created in the heavenly realm. The creation of the heavens and the earth. We're going to just go into that whole world and show you what was going on in the heavenly realm outside of time before earth was made. Okay? So be there tomorrow. And if you're interested in coming into the academy, because there was such a such a demand with so many people rushing in, Elder Lawyer, we had to extend the enrollment date. Usually the cutoff date would have been the 8th, and people are just coming in, sending email, please, can I get in? So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this open up until the time we go into the academy. I'm going to start early, 8 a.m. in the morning. I'll be there with the introductions. Okay? So we're going to keep the enrollment open up until 8 a.m. tomorrow. You don't want to miss it, especially in the midst of what's going on right now in the news, okay? You don't want to miss it, all right? And a prequel into that, here's the Illuminati martial law card, Elder Lawyer. The Illuminati martial law cards, where they have these conspiracy theory, quote unquote, cards that shows the playbook of the media to control populations. So at any time, the powers that be can play a card. And this card in particular jumps out at me because it's showing armed guards in front of the Capitol. Right? And these Illuminati cards has been out there, folks, for at least 20, 30 years. So anytime they want to control the population, they have certain cards. Now, these are updated cards from the 2000s, the early 2000s. But here's the play, the martial law card, where you will see armed guards on the news in front of the Capitol. All right? Now, is there a coincidence? Is this aligned with something that we just seen the other day? I'm just putting it out there. You be the judge. You be the judge of it. But I wanted to put this out there because I'm going to be going into some of this tomorrow in the news for the academy. It says, this is how the media or the government plays this card. According to the Illuminati cards, I'm going to read it. Play this card at any time to give a +10 power of resistance. Your choice to any government group you control. So it makes you your own governmental control mogul. So with these cards, you play the game in which you are the controller. You are the Illuminati head of your particular government with this game, right? It says play this card at any time to give a +10 power of resistance, your choice to any government group you control. Any government group you control. Check that out. It used to be with an action. It must be played that action is first when the action is first declared, and counts only for that action if used for defense. The bonus lasts until the end of the current turn. Is good for defense only and does not count toward your goals. Right? So they play this card when they feel they need some defense. When the people are pushing back against what the government is doing, is the only time they can play this particular card. When people start waking up and saying, well, hold up, how does this thing don't make sense, this Colt 45 virus, it doesn't make sense. Does it spread outside? Does it spread inside? Why some businesses can be open and others cannot? So when people start talking to each other in resistance to the media talking heads, they play the card. Now, it's not the card for their end goal, according to this card. It's the card to back the people off and distract them from what they're really doing, their real goal. I just wanted to put that out there real quick. Just wanted to put that out there real quick before I go into the lesson. All right. So, I don't want to get too far off track, but this also falls into the incremental dismantling of Babylon. Now, let's talk about it now. Oh yeah, one other thing. Everyone is saying, when you come in, everyone is saying, nice shirts, nice shirt. I said this came organically out of our broadcast last Wednesday for those who were there, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, nah, Nick's Black Lives Matter, Judah Lives Matter, Benjamin Lives Matter. Y'all remember that? Levi, Simeon. And I asked Gabar in a month, please make us some shirts. And you know what? I've had a meeting with Gabar yesterday, and you have one too. You know that, right? Yeah, it's in the bag. It's over there. It's over there in the bag. You have one also. But yeah, he made us some, and I say, you know what? I'm wearing it tomorrow so that all of our brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth can represent their tribe. And even if you don't know what tribe you are, you can still represent the 12 tribes of Israel, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So if you go to iamapparel.org, okay, when the sun go down later, when you go there, and guess what? You can get your personalized My Tribe Matters shirt. All right. iamapparel.org. Let me put that out there, so we can drown out the lies of the satanic, quote unquote, Black Lives Matter. iamapparel.org. Since they got it out there, we'll ride the wave. Right? So again, we're about to do the Hebrew Credo. Okay? I just wanted to take at least 10 minutes to get enough traffic in before I begin the lesson. Because one thing I don't like is people jumping in. What are we talking about? Whatever the case is. So I thought that I would just start it off with giving you all the details and what we're doing, the academy, how to get in, and what the church is offering in the beginning of the broadcast. All right. Now, last but not least, let me show you this real quick before we do the prayer of the Lord, and we can jump right in. Don't forget, you can get your Israelite Lives Matter broken down by tribes, iamapparel.org. Just personalize it and say, I want Simeon. Okay, if you're from the Dominican Republic. Okay, I want Asher. if you're from those areas, right? Zebulon, and if you're from Colombia and different areas, Brazil, straight out. You can just go there and put, if you're from Australia, okay, Aborigines, you can put Reuben Lives Matter. Okay, whatever the case is, all right? You can personalize it for yourself at iamapparel.org, okay? Now, last but not least, before we start the lesson, tomorrow we begin a brand new Hebrew and Bible Academy, and it's best to get in. It's best to get in, brothers and sisters, in the first week, because it builds. Okay, it builds from that first week up until the time we're breaking down the true doctrine that should be taught in the earth and the judgment of the gods at the very end. But what I'm going to add this academy is the secrets of the time, breaking down the last 7 years will be a lesson we'll be going into. Here it is, and we have, of course, the lesson, what really happened in slavery. So you go to historytimes.org right here. You go to historytimes.org. And once you go to historytimes.org, you will see Lawyer and I. You can use it on any tablets, whatever the case is. Get your Sunday morning dose. Hebrew and Bible Academy starts on Sunday, January 10th, which is tomorrow, 9 a.m. New York time. And you click that. That's right. Click the enroll button. And it'll give you all the details to come in. How to purchase to come in. And we'll make sure you're processed in before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Brand new in-depth lessons on the truth of what really happened in slavery, the truth behind the fall of Adam and Eve, marriage, is it cursed, creation of the universe, who is Ahia, Christianity, the Roman Catholic hand in the Immaculate Deception, plus more groundbreaking lessons and the secrets of the times and the final judgment. You will not want to miss this academy. The only thing you need is a Bible and a computer. If you don't have a computer, a tablet, or phone, let's get it. That's right. That's all you need for tomorrow. Go to historytimes.com. historytimes.org. And be a part of this. You don't want to miss it, all right? Administration is working around the clock. Someone says my 4th straight academy. Thank you, Keita. May the Most High bless you. Thank you. Elder Lawyer, let's go in. Let's go in. Babylon the Great is fallen, Someone asks, when will the calendars be ready? I'm glad you brought it out before we began. The calendars will be ready by the end of January. We will have our first mock view of that particular calendar this Wednesday. So this Wednesday, you'll see the theme for this academy, for this calendar. And this way you'll write on the Sabbaths according to the heavens when it comes to Sabbaths and holy days and the correct time according to God, according to the heavens. Not the Julian calendar, not the Gregorian calendar, not the Orthodox Coptic calendar, none of that. You will be on time according to the regular calendar, according to the Bible, according to our ancient ancestors, the Hebrews. You don't want, you're going to definitely want to get that. I had a peek of a few, of some of the pictures and all that. Let me tell you, the calendar is absolutely beautiful. So don't worry about it. Wednesday, I'll show you the mocks of what's intended for that, and then open it up where you can actually pre-order those and get those as soon as possible. So don't worry about that. We'll deal with the calendar Wednesday. Okay? And you got it. And also for those who attended the academy, the DVDs and all that, for those who want that memento to be able to study and have that a part of your library book collection, because we're going to have it like books you can open up and put your DVDs in for those who have attended the academy. You'll have that by the end of the month if you were in last academy also. Right? All right. That take care of all the announcements. We have enough people in. Let's see how many people we have in now. Just want to make sure we have enough people in. Oh, we have over three. Hey, we can start. We have over 3,000, Elder Lawyer. Praise the Most High. Let's go in. Let's start with the Hebrew Credo. Let's go.
Shema Yasha'Allah Ahaya Allahaya Nawa Ahaya Akkad.
Shema Yasha'Allah Ahaya Allahaya Nawa Ahaya Akkad.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one God. Let's go. The lesson today, that's right. Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Deuteronomy 28. Deuteronomy 28, folks. And you know what, folks? There's a reason your modern day Christians told you to stay away from the Old Testament. Why? Because the slaves they control are the people of the Old Testament. We're the children of Israel and they know it. So what they was hoping is that we would follow the Bible strictly from a religious angle and not an historical angle. They was hoping that we would deal with it from a religious, philosophical platform and stay right there. It's about whether or not you believe and how you treat one another and whether or not you believe in Christ and all this, without actually telling us that the Bible is more to it than that. It's that also. But more for us, more than anything, the Bible is our history book. The Bible is our history book. So in order to break down Babylon is fallen, we have to understand how we fell as a people to be utilized to build Babylon, right? It's fallen, but who built it? And what happens when those people began to realize that we weren't meant to serve anyone? That our children were not born to be slaves of the Gentile nations. What happens? Well, what happens is eventually Babylon begins to go backward. It begins to fall. So systematically, what happens with that, geopolitically, once we begin to pull our spirit from it, there's no more use for it. So then it goes back to who, the power goes back to who created Babylon. So let's go. Deuteronomy 28. Let's take our people back to when we were a free people. When we were free before the fall. Come on, let's go.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt diligently hearken, or hearken diligently, unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
So if Israel, this is the Israelites coming out of Egypt. If the Israelites were to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments that was given to our forefathers, he would do what?
The Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
The God who freed the Hebrews would set the same people up above all people on earth. That means all nations were meant to serve these people. When it says the Lord thy God, that means Israelites' God, the God of all gods, is different than the Egyptian gods, the Edomite gods, the Hamite gods. So it's this God that gives Israel preeminence, power, prestige. See? He says, listen, you follow me. Now, what does that entail? Moral, civil, and a dietary code. A moral code, a civil code, a moral code is how we deal with our members, with our temple, morally, according to the laws of God. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not do incest. Thou cannot do all these other things. You know, that's a moral law, a respectful law. Moral, civil, how we deal with people on the outside of our home with that code. Ceremonial, what days do we worship together in respect of that God? And dietary, what are the sacrifices that we give to our God that nourishes our being? These are the four. That's right. Moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial. Those four together gives us the code that we must be on as a people with. That's the moral code. When people say get on code, that's the code that makes us above all other people on earth. That's the code. Now, either we follow this code or we fall to a curse and do what? Be at the behest of the Gentiles' codes. Because every other religion has this. They have certain do's and don'ts. They have moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial laws, but it's under their God, in direct conflict with our God. So if you want to get on code, we have to agree all together what God we serve, what is his name, like the other nations. You can't go over to the Middle East and say, well, you know, I need all you Arabs to now pray 5 times to Buddha. It ain't going to go down like that. What strengthens that nation is they are united under one God they call Allah. See? You can't go over to the Middle East and say, well, hold up, instead of Ramadan or whatever the case is, I need you all to do the Passover. They're going to look at you like you're crazy because they have their own code. But what's our code? We're scattered all amongst the earth without a code and then talking about we have to get on code. Well, going back to the historical records, we had a code. Moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial given to the children of Israel upon the exodus of Egypt. Come on.
Verse 2. All these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee.
All these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God.
Hold up now. That's an condition. That's a condition. You must follow my voice. You must set up the righteous standard on earth as my people. That means you can't be liberal and do what you want to do and expect to be treated like the chosen. You're going to get back what you put out. If you're righteous, guess what? If you sow righteousness, you will be the righteous. You start acting like those crazy Egyptians and all that and sacrificing children and whoremongering and fornicating and dealing with alternative lifestyles. You know what? You're going to be treated like I've just treated them. You'll be plagued with diseases. Your children will be dismantled. You'll be utterly eradicated. You'll be everything I did to Egypt is what's coming on you. Stay on code. Moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial. And that's why when the Most High built this church we grew into the doctrine. And this is why not only do we keep the commandments of God, but the testimony of Yeshua. Okay, that's why the Most High revealed the name. And then guess what? The law, statutes, and commandments came with it. And then guess what? The gospel of Christ came with it. And say, listen, this is how we get on code with one another. This is how we get on code. When somebody come in, they have a code. Here's the name of your God. Here's the commandments that's required by that God. Here's the ceremonies that we actually have to worship together on the same day. And that's why the Most High gave us the calendar, so we can get back the original Sabbaths and holy days that was established before the flood and then given to Moses later. So that we can be on code to know that the same day we're worshiping, the same day we're dealing with the holy days, guess what? That same ceremony is in heaven amongst the Most High Christ and the angels. So when people ask, well, can we do this? Can we do that? Now we have a way to actually direct our people according to the moral codes and standards of the Bible. Read.
Verse number 3.
Come on.
Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou...
Let me make it clear, okay? I don't want to have to time y'all out, right? So be respectful up in here. When you say Paul confused the Christians, Paul didn't confuse anyone. Listen, Paul's writings, if you filter them through Christ and the Word of God, are easy to be understood. It's only not understood by the simple, or those who don't understand the word. Okay? It wasn't Paul who confused the Christians. Okay? The family name. I got the book. Marcion. It was Marcion, the Roman demon, who misinterpreted Paul's writings and taught that as a doctrine. Marcion, the heretic. Marcion, the heretic, took certain passages of Paul's writings to confuse the simple. It wasn't Paul. Okay? It wasn't Paul. And that he made it where instead of Christians reading Christ and filtering Paul through Christ, they would read Paul. High understanding Paul was dropping. And in turn, try to filter Christ through Paul. You notice when we go directly into Christ's standings on anything, his standings on anything, immediately a Christian is triggered to go into the epistles of Paul and ignore what Christ said. Okay, so that's a philosophical, theological deception because they're misinterpreting Paul's writings. Okay, now go to my lesson, The Misunderstanding of Paul, and it'll break it down for you. Like, for instance, when I say that the Bible states that we're the chosen people of God, they'll go to Paul's writings and say there's no difference between Jew or Greek, when that passage has nothing to do with what I just said. Because when it says there's no difference between a Jew and a Greek, it means there's no difference in judgment. If a Jew do wrong or an Israelite does wrong according to the law, he will be judged for his righteousness. I mean, if he do wrong, he'll be judged for his evil. And if he do right, he'll be judged for his righteousness. And it's the same with a Gentile. That's what it means. There's no difference between Jew or Greek in judgment. If you do wrong, wrong comes back to you. That's what it means. There's no difference. It's not saying that now God have cast away his people and got a new people. It doesn't mean that the Most High doesn't have a chosen people, because Paul stated there's no difference between a Jew and Greek. So this is what Christians do. They misinterpret the scripture out of context in defense of their false doctrine. That's not Paul's fault. It's upon us to learn the truth, to rightly divide the truth, to rightly divide the words of truth. So when they come with, well, when I say that the Most High have a chosen people, the Bible says the Most High has a chosen people. So they can't come back with Paul's writings and say, there's no difference between a Jew and a Greek. Like, no, you can't do that. If there's no difference between a Jew and a Greek in the 1940s, why didn't you just have Greek people go back into Israel and claim to be the Jews? Why didn't the Greek people just get up and take Israel then? So the only time they say it's no difference between a Jew and a Greek is when black people are claiming to be Hebrews and claiming our proper place and historical place according to the Bible. That's the only time they bring that out. So any Christian come to me and say there's no difference between a Jew and a Greek, then you can ask them, well, why didn't the Greeks go and restore themselves? Why didn't they go and take Israel and get set up in Palestine if there's no difference? So don't come to me with that mess. I'm just putting it out there. Paul didn't deceive anyone. The majority of people are unlearned concerning Paul's ministry. Let's get that real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
They're unlearned.
2 Peter chapter 3, verse number 15.
Yeah.
And account that the long suffering of our Lord is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul, notice Peter, upon whom Christ established his church, said that what? Paul was a beloved brother.
He's a beloved brother by who? Peter, whom Christ set up his church on.
Exactly. Also according to the wisdom given unto him, have written unto you, as also in all his epistles, speaking in them these things, in which are some things hard to be understood, which they that are unlearned,
those that are unlearned, who don't know the true ministry of Christ and who doesn't understand the true narrative of the Bible fully, read.
And unstable.
And they're unstable all over the place, read.
Rest.
They wrestle with Paul's writings.
As they do also the other scriptures unto their own destruction.
Exactly. Because they don't understand the proper context and narrative of the Bible, they do what? They learn the scriptures to their own destruction, which means Paul's teachings conflict with their ideology. So because they can't explain Paul's understanding with what they've learned, that's right. Paul must be the enemy now. No, you just need to be taught. There's no problem with Paul. You're not at the level to understand him. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can learn why Paul was given a distinct or a different ministry than the rest of the apostles. You can learn that mystery. It's in the Bible. But it's not to say, and most people reject Paul because they're believing what the Christians have been teaching. They believe that because of Paul's writings, Christians can now say that the Gentiles have replaced Israelites. And that's where Israelites go off at. When Paul never taught that the Gentiles could take the place of Israelites. And where the Gentiles are going off at, they're believing that, well, hold up, they don't have a place as Gentiles with Christ because God has a chosen people. So it makes them feel less than when they hear the regular or the true narrative of the Bible. So then they'll go into Paul makes us equal. That's where they go off at. So I guess we'll touch more on that in our Christianity breakdown. The misunderstanding of Paul in the academy when we break down Christianity. Now, stay where you at, Elder Lawyer. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
And Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 4.
Yeah.
Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep.
Now, blessed shall be everything. You have cattle, you have sheep, you have land. The other nations, Israel, will serve you if you serve the true living God and get on code. But what happens if these same people decide to turn their backs on the God who saved them out of Egypt? What happens? What happens? Deuteronomy 28, and let's read the 15th verse, Elder Lawyer.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day.
Hearken means to hear or listen. So if you turn your back on this God and don't listen to him going forward, because there's only two masters, either you're listening to him or you're listening to Satan. So if you decide to follow the ideology and the behaviors of the Gentiles, he's going to what?
It says that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So instead of a blessing on the generations, on your children, there'll be a curse. Because why? People look at it like, okay, it's just the Most High just punishing. Yes, he's punishing and all that for what you're doing bad. But guess what? It's called free will. If you're doing what's wrong after learning the commandments, you're teaching your children to do wrong. See? And that becomes in of itself a generational curse separating us from the God who saved us, that saved us. See? So if you sit there worshiping Buddha in your home after God, the Most High, just saved us out of Egypt, your child gonna believe, well, everything my mother and father do, who loves me, who take care of me, it can't be right, it can't be wrong because they love me. And they'll start setting up their little temples in their room. See that? So it's our actions that led to us becoming a curse. Getting off code. See? And I'm saying this because you have a lot of brothers, articulate, smart, intelligent people out there who are saying, listen, nothing is going to happen for us until we get on code. But yet they call on these other gods, Allah, Ogun, Orisha. Some of them are atheists. And they think being black or the same color is getting on code. No. We must have a moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial, unified code under the same God, worshiping the same day, dealing the same way you see those Jewish people at the synagogue. They may disagree, but guess on a personable level, they may disagree. And they may hate each other. But I bet you'll see them in the Sabbath together. I bet you there's no disagreement amongst them what God they're calling on. That's what getting on code on the highest level means. But our people are too proud to humble themselves and say, you know what? Let's try this Bible. For years, the devil been trying to get us out of it. Let's try this code. That's the one thing we never tried together. See? Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 16. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store.
Now, let's go to the 64th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse number 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth, even unto the other.
So the Bible prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. It was shown to Moses that if we didn't follow this code, that our people who now had a land going into Israel would be scattered amongst all the Gentile nations. See? Read.
From the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods.
Other what?
Other gods.
Other what?
Other gods.
This other gods, read.
Which neither thou nor thy fathers have known.
Because our father didn't know anything about some fat Chinese guy in the corner burning incense to. That the Chinese call Buddha. Our fathers knew nothing of some Allah, which is really a Persian female deity, a lot. Our forefathers knew nothing of any of these gods we're serving in Babylon. In Babylon, folks. We're living the curse. We're living the curse. See? Read.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth, even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Even wood and stone. Wood representing what? The cross of Tammuz, upheld by Esau, the Edomite, the so-called white man. And the Kaaba stone, the rock. And our people are disproportionately scattered between these two religions. That's right. These two controlled by the same God, Satan. Satan. Now, some people may think it's a way of life. My family, the traditions, I got a lot of good traditions out of it. Yes, of course, because the Bible tells us, it teaches us, a gift spoileth the heart. Of course, Satan is going to give you some good caveats to stay up under it. Why? Because by following these gods by default, the Gentile nations we are cursed under become our overlords. They become our masters. So, of course, if they got the children of Israel in captivity and through this, their nations are blessed, they're going to throw you some caveats. They're going to throw you some bribery to make sure your children stay under the traditions so that the curses continue. So they can continue to use us. See? So just because you get something good out of your traditions doesn't make it right for our generations, our prodigy, our nation. Come on.
Verse number 65. Among these nations shalt thou find no ease.
And amongst these nations shall we find no ease. So all this protesting for equality and all this other crap is what? It's futile. It's futile. The only way this is going to stop is when we come back to our God and get on code. You can't expect the nations who've enslaved you, who benefits from your subservient posture, your subservient place, you can't expect them to give you equality. You can't expect them to give you ease. How poor you are is how they measure how rich they've become. All the other nations measure their success by how bad we're doing. You think you're going to take that away? That high ground? You forget it. The only way out of this is our God. Come on.
And among these nations shalt thou find no ease.
We shall find no ease. So all that protesting, and I see some people out there talking about, yeah, I'll tell you what, as long as Trump is out, I don't care, blah, 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 blah. And stop getting triggered emotionally, politically, and all that through the media. Stop getting moved around like a bull with a nose ring. To be utilized at what? At the behest of the controllers. And I told everybody, this is why they did the Black Lives Matter and all that, because what they're about to do, they're going to say, we're going to put black people, black women in position, do all these things, and then the hell we give on their people, guess what? All the other nations now are going to say, they chose this.
That's right.
For us. They chose this for us. It was all to align us as the enemy to why this whole thing is totally being dismantled. They're going to blame us when really it's the powers that be is doing what? Incrementally destroying Babylon. But we're going to become the scapegoat. They're going to say it was the black people who stood up and tore things down and went out and voted for this guy and this woman. So any legislation that comes out destroying these people, all these so-called white politicians are going to sit back and say, well, no, we had no skin in the game. We had no skin in the game. These were your black leaders who wanted this. Watch. Now, no one can say, well, hold up. They're going to say, no, you was all on the news saying we want this guy and not this guy. Now, we know either side is both under Satan, but I'm telling you how they're going to politically utilize it. They're going to say you asked for everything that's coming.
That's right.
And because you didn't like this one guy or whatever the case is, that's not even going to be the conversation anymore. It's not about whether or not it would have been right under Trump. It ain't even about that. The fact that they got us out there publicly, all together, saying we want these people is what will be utilized. It's going to get wild. Think about it now. Because now there's no resistance in the balance of power at all. Let me go into that in the academy. I don't want to go too far off.
Absolutely.
But I'm going to show you how it politically still transitions to enslaving and keeping our people in oppression. I'm going to go into that tomorrow.
That's right.
But now, let's go. It tell you that we would serve other gods. Now, this is why the nations push religion on us, because the religion, the gods they serve by default, empowers them over us. It makes us their slaves on earth by default. When we serve our God and come back to our God and gain power, now these nations must serve us. Those are the rules of engagements. If they come under what we're teaching, they serving our God. They become our servants. So if you are a Christian and under the Christian church, I don't care if you got a black pastor. It doesn't matter. You are a servant to Edomites. You are a servant to white people. Period. Period. If you are a Muslim, I don't care if they give you a black imam over a temple or whatever the case is. You are a servant of Arabs, of Ishmael. See, that's how it works. If you are a Buddhist, you are a servant to Chinese people. You are a servant to Asians. Because you do what? You pay homage to their God. And their God empowers them over you. See? Now, when they come into the knowledge of the truth, like during Paul's time, the disciples' time, and start converting into the church, now these nations begin to serve the living God, which is Ahia and Yeshua. And by default, these nations will eventually serve God's people. See? See how it works? Mm-hmm. That's how it works. All right? Babylon the Great is fallen. So in order for them to build Babylon, brothers and sisters, they had to do what? They had to find the people who built and made ancient Egypt great. So once we sinned against our God, we were scattered throughout the earth, and we made all these empires great. All the empires became great off of the slave labor of the children of Israel scattered. Okay? That's right. Not just in our Americas, the North America and South America. Yeah, some of the 10 tribes went into Asia and was building up Asia, like the Cambodians, the Cambodia, the Vietnamese. All these people are from the 10 tribes, folks, who even the Asians used to build their empire. That's right. It didn't happen just over in the Americas. We were scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth, and every great empire you see in the earth today was built by the children of Israel. But now something would happen. Something would happen that would begin a decline of that empire, of those empires. The awakening. the awakening. What happens when the Most High put out a spirit? It began to do what? Raise teachers to tell the slaves, the people of the curse, that what? You are not supposed to serve these people. They're evil. They're wicked. Serve the living God and be empowered. Get empowered with your true purpose on earth to rule, as it was given to Moses. Here lies the prophecies of Christ, the change, the awakening. Hold this, elder lawyer. Go to Psalms 137. But before you go to Psalms 137, let's get Christ's words in Luke 1:68 to see what the Israelites was looking for upon Christ's birth. Luke 1:68, and then I need you to go to Psalms 137.
St. Luke chapter 1, verse number 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel.
Of who?
Of Israel.
Now, this is the New Testament, folks. Don't ever let a Christian tell you that the Israelites are done away with. That's a lie. That's a lie. And they do it through what? Cunning deception. What they'll do is they'll take you to John, the 1st chapter, and claim, well, he came into his own, and his own received him not. What do you mean his own received him not? That's not in proper context. Because Peter was an Israelite. That's his own. The disciples were Israelites. That's his own. The 70 under the disciples were Israelites. They're his own. The 120 under them, they're his own. The day of Pentecost were Jews from devout nations at Pentecost. Acts the 2nd chapter were all Israelites. They're his own. So what is he talking about? You're talking about he came into his own. You can only teach that to the simple. When he says he came into his own received him not, it's speaking of the Israelites who rejected him. The Pharisees, scribes, and others who rejected him. But then it comes back and says, but as many as received him out of his own, gave them power to become the sons of the living God. They can be adopted back into the original promise. So they'll put things out to make you believe that Israelites disappeared and God just rejected his own people for evil doing Gentiles. Hold up. This is deep. They would make you believe that God done away with his own people for idolaters. He punished us for idolatry and wickedness, but he accept you doing it. Folks, that whole thing, it was the Jesuits and the apologetics who came up with that deceptive teaching. He came up to his own, and his own received him not. As if God going to do away with his people, only to replace them by even worse people. Does that make any sense to you? They can only teach that to unlearned people, folks. So I'm going to show you what they use, where they go to, where they teach our pastors who don't know any better to go to. It doesn't matter. He came into his own, as many as received him. As many as received him out of his what? Out of his own. His own are Israelites. Let's go to Luke 1:68, elder lawyer.
St. Luke chapter 1, verse number 68.
Yeah, let's read it.
Blessed be the Lord God of Israel.
Of who?
Of Israel.
Of Israel.
Who have visited, or for he have visited and redeemed his people.
His what?
His people.
He has visited and redeemed his people. Now, under the curse, it was prophesied that a son would be born who would take away the curse, to give the children of Israel another opportunity to what? To the code that was lost, to the power and dominion that comes with being the children of God. His name is Yeshua, the Savior. Read.
Verse 69, and have raised up an horn of salvation for us,
For who?
for us,
For who?
for us,
For us, Israel,
in the house of his servant David.
in the house of his servant David. Christ came through the seed of David. Read.
Verse number 70, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began,
Since the world began, come on,
that we
Israel,
should be saved from our enemies,
that we should be saved from our enemies. The enemies are the nations we were cursed to serve under. See? And see, this is why they don't want you to know you're Israel and get on cold with the living God. Because when you follow their religions, the enemy, by default, keeps power. The rule of engagement. Read.
and check this out. It says that they were seeking, going back to a point you were making earlier,
Yeah.
they were seeking to be saved from the enemy, not to be made equal with the enemy.
Exactly. That's a great point. We were under the Roman Empire's power, but we weren't looking for equality amongst the Romans. We were looking for a savior to save us from the Romans. See that? There was no middle ground there. The Romans were ruling, but they wasn't marching saying no justice, no peace. Why are you destroying us? Why are we destroying you? Because if you rule, all of us lose power. That's why. Now, even a dog eats from the master's table. Now, if you're willing to be a lap dog, we'll flick you some crumbs. If you're willing to be a lap dog. So even a dog eats from the master's table. So if you're willing to be their pet, of course, they'll give you some level of what you would call popularity amongst your people. Some prestige and power that you can only flex amongst the slaves. See? Read that last piece again.
Verse 71, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to...
Hold up. You notice how they are actually highlighting their fathers, their ancestors, going back. We have to pick up from where our ancestors left off before the fall. So they even knew that coming during crisis time. That we need to correct the wrongs of our forefathers. This is how we get back on that code our forefathers turned their back on. Or the nations will use us to build their tower, their power, their base against our God. And once their empire is built, there'll be no longer will there be use for us. Folks, what I just mentioned is where we are right now. They understood that they would use us up into a time of the awakening where there'll be no more use for us. Once the slaves have helped them spiritually, physically, and otherwise build their empire to a degree in which they can now go out into space. Once they built that tower, they knew that there will be no more need for the children of Israel who built it for them. See? This is where we are. Read.
To perform the mercy promised to our fathers, and to remember his holy covenant.
And to remember what?
His holy covenant.
His holy covenant. We must remember that agreement. I'm reading out of the New Testament, folks. I'm talking about getting us on code. I hear a lot of intelligent brothers that I know the Spirit of the Most High is using in certain instances, but they're only being used for certain pieces of it, but they don't have the full dynamic. When they get what being on code is, with the intelligence, that they're viewing the earth from, and we bring all that together, the remnant will be unstoppable. But it's just respecting each other's gifts within the body. And that's something that we have to learn how to do as a people without giving people their positions and respecting their positions without feeling threatened. Understanding that we have the same cause under the same God. Everyone couldn't be priest of Israel. Everyone couldn't be kings of Israel. Everyone couldn't have certain offices under the priesthood and all that. But as a nation, we respected the gifts and the positions given to by God, which made us a strong, powerful people that could not be overrun by the Gentiles. There was a mutual respect for the gifts the Most High gave us as a nation. And that's what empowered us. Believe it or not only empowered us, instilled fear in the other nations. Today, we don't have that. We don't have it where you can respect someone's power in God and understand how that can be used for the whole. Our people have been trained to believe that if we respect that, it's a threat to what God made us and who we are. And it's not. Esau realized that, hey, this earth is big enough to rule for all of those of his people who want to. But they have to all be on one code. They have to be on code. Our code is the Bible and the doctrine concerning it. Matter of fact, I'm going to do a lesson on the code. I have to do a serious lesson on the code. Because we have brothers with straight intelligence from the wisdom of Ecclesiastes. I hear them speak, and when I hear them speak, scriptures pop out of my head concerning what they're talking about. But they don't even believe in the Bible. They don't even believe in the Bible. So I'm like, it's the Most High who's giving you the wisdom to speak because I can read the wisdom. But you can't even acknowledge the spirit from whence the wisdom came. If we can only get you to see the power of this book, to confirm that God is with you. The unified front would be utterly ridiculous. But I digress. Now, read that last piece, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 73. The oath which he sware to our father Abraham.
That
he would grant unto us, that we being delivered out of the hand of our enemies. Might serve him without fear.
Might serve their true God, our true God, without fear. We'll never get back our power as a people until we come back to the God who took our power for disobedience. There's only one God. There's only one God from the heavens who made all gods. His name is Ahiah. Again, his name is Ahiah. And one guy asked me a good question the other day. I think it was on our breakdown of the Moabite stone, because some people use the Moabite stone to try to give some credibility to Yahweh, not realizing that the Moabite stone was really something against the children of Israel when it comes to the God they served. Now, Elder Lawyer, he asked a question. Well, yeah, Ahiah is there, but why is Ahiah at the top of the Kabbalah? So he tried to give some negative connotation because it's at the top of the Kabbalah that the Jewish people know that it must be wrong. And I answered him. It's at the top of the Kabbalah for the Jewish people because they know that's the God above all gods. They know it. In polytheism, the Gentiles serve all gods. All gods. Even the fallen ones. They serve the righteous angels and they light candles to them and all that. And they serve the lesser gods and they have knowledge of the God of all gods. That's why it's there. But the question I have is, they knew it was there the whole time. Why didn't they give it to you? You shouldn't be asking me about why it's there. You should be asking them, why didn't they tell you it was there? It doesn't give credibility to the Kabbalah or to follow the Kabbalah. It tells us that they knew the name of God and didn't tell us. That's number one. Number two, I knew nothing of the Kabbalah when the Most High showed his name. Okay? Let's make that clear. I knew nothing of that Kabbalah. It was years later when someone else brought it up. That it's deep that the Jewish people see God's name, our God that was given to Moses, above all gods. And Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, is the fourth God under the Kabbalah. It's not even the highest God amongst the Jewish people. Huh? So I wanted to put that out there because some people try to sideways try to say because it's there at the top that it must be something wrong with it. No. Because Satan even know the God of all gods. See? Let me break down how we know the Most High's name is Ahiah. Let's go to Exodus, the 3rd chapter real quick.
Exodus chapter 3, verse number 14.
Someone says I should have told him to get into the academy. No, brothers and sisters, what I do is I leave it out there. I don't get smart with people or whatever the case is. What I do is I leave food for thought for them. Don't come at me. I didn't lie to you. I didn't hide the name from you. I gave it to you. Okay? I didn't hide it. So you need to go to a Jewish website and start typing in, why did you hide this name that y'all knew existed even in the Kabbalah? Why didn't you give that name to the slaves? I didn't lie to you. They did. So I don't understand why people... So what I do is I leave food for thought out there for people to say, listen, you're barking up the wrong tree. You can't shoot the messenger. I'm not going to go back and forth and argue with you and all that. If you believe it's something else, that's on you. I did my job by stating it. If you don't believe or pray to it, guess what? I'm not going to lose 1 second of sleep because of that. I have nothing to do with that. I'm a messenger. That's it. Right? Let's go. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Exodus chapter 3, verse 13. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name?
They shall say unto me, What is his name? Now notice right here, brothers and sisters, this is the children of Israel coming out of Egypt. And among the pantheon of gods of Egypt, our people has the knowledge of all the gods of Egypt. Our people are servants in Egypt at this time. So they know all the gods of Egypt, including Yah. Yah was a god that you can find in ancient Egypt, including Yahweh, the god of the Shashu. The Shashu is the Egyptian name for the white man, Esau of Mount Seir. So they already know when Moses is asking the question, well, what is his name? Why is Moses asking him this question? Because in Egypt, all the gods of Egypt are readily taught and recognized. So he says, listen, our people know of all these different gods in Egypt. Who are you? Are you one of them? Are you one of those gods? And listen to what our God says. Now, don't forget, Moses was raised a prince in Pharaoh's home, where they had Anubis and all these different idols all around. Moses was raised around polytheism, the belief of all gods. Yah was one of the gods. Yahweh was one of the gods of the Shashu that the Egyptians recognized as one of many. See? So this is why Moses is asking the question. Well, who you? Are you one of them? What is your name? See? Read.
Verse number 14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am.
I am that I am.
And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel.
Now you would have people who are in resistance of this would say, well, hold up. He's talking from the first person. So is it he is or what? You can't quantify the Most High through our menial understanding on earth. It's not like the Most High have a grammatical book of grammar from the modern day English to have you understand him. Because where the Most High is, there is no first or second person or time. That's the meaning of this. He always existed. That's what Ahia, Ashar, Ahia means. It's not a first person or a second person. He created time. He's a power outside of it. Read it again.
Verse number 14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am.
I am that I am. Read.
And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel.
Say to the children of Israel.
I am have sent me unto you.
I am have sent me unto you. I am in the Hebrew is Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. I am that I am. I always existed. I created time. I'm the being above all life. Right? How long would this name last? Read.
Verse number 15. And God said moreover unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Now he's actually making a more defined distinction. I'm not the gods that you seen growing up in Egypt. See? I'm the gods of your fathers before you went into Egypt. Of Abraham, of Isaac, and Jacob, who was known to them as God Almighty. The name wasn't given to them. Read.
This is my name forever.
This is my what?
This is my name forever.
This is my
This is my name forever.
This is my name forever. This distinguishes me from the gods of the Gentiles. When you begin to call and pay homage and serve those other gods that you knew about in Egypt, if your people fall to them again, guess what? They'll serve those nations who pay homage to those gods, who sacrifice to those gods. By default, our people will serve all over the earth. The Gentile nations who does what? Sacrifice animals and people and fruit and all that to the lesser gods. You'll become their servants. Here's the name that frees you. I'm the God. He's telling you, I'm the God who gave you the law on Mount Sinai. I am that I am. Ahia, Ashar, Ahia. And when you say that name, you are severing yourself from the people who reverence those other gods, and you're separating yourselves from the fallen gods who disobeyed me. You got something? Yeah.
I was going to say it last week. And the point is also to show that this ministry is what it is.
Yeah.
Christ in John 17:9 was very clear that he had to manifest the name of the Most High to the disciples.
Yes.
Because why? The people obviously weren't calling on it.
Exactly. So even Christ had to confirm that name in the disciples, which distinguished even the Jews, the Israelites, from the rest of the Israelites who were in power at that time. That's his name forever. I don't care if you go into Psalms and you see Yah, that was injected. I don't care. There's only one place you can go into the Bible where the Most High says himself his name. And if you reject that, if you reject what comes out of the Most High's mouth, his mouth, if you reject that, what can I say? If you don't believe him, you're definitely not going to believe me. So I can't argue back and forth with someone where the Most High God himself says his name is being asked by Moses and he's telling him his name, and you're sitting there saying that something must be wrong with this. Hey, if you don't believe the Most High God from his mouth, you'll never believe us. And so before Christ was crucified, before he would shed his blood on Calvary, he said what? I'm glad you brought that out, Uriah. John 17:9. Let's go there. John 17:9. And see, one thing I like about this and actually showing forth with proof out of the Bible, God's name, it severs those in truth from the what? From those who choose to stay deceived. It severs them. It cuts it right in line. So you can't say we all Israelites, we all believe the Bible. Huh? You sure? Because Ahiah gave us this Bible. Give us the name of the God you serve. Because it's clear, according to Exodus, Ahiah gave us the word and the commandments. And we must get under code with him. See? So it severs. Automatically, when people try to go against it, you know they're under a lesser God. Automatically. You don't have to argue with them or nothing. Automatically, okay. This person is serving a lesser God. John 17:9. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
St. John chapter 17, verse number 9.
Read.
I pray for them.
I pray for them.
I pray not for the world.
I pray not for the world. This is Christ giving his prayers for the disciples who would do what? Who would hold his doctrine and name in the earth. So that one day the children of Israel could proclaim it. See? Through the disciples' ministry. Read.
I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which thou hast given me.
For them which thou hast given me.
For they are thine.
Because they belongs to you. This is what Christ is praying to the Father. Let's go to the 6th verse.
Verse 6. I have manifested thy name unto the men.
I did what?
I have manifested thy name unto the men.
I did what?
I have manifested thy name unto the men.
I've manifested your name to the men.
Which thou gavest me out of the world.
Which you gave me out of the world. So the Most High Christ gave the Most High's name to the disciples. Even his name. When you look in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Christ's name, Yeshua, is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, folks. Check that out. Check that out. Yeshua's name is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then they held the Dead Sea Scrolls for like 40 years and wouldn't introduce it. Why? Because you can see the only handwriting or the only script that's different in the Dead Sea Scrolls everywhere in the earth, everywhere in the records, is where they put the Tetragrammaton there. It's a different script. So they put the Tetragrammaton, and guess what? They even said it. They show you that where they put the Tetragrammaton in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it must have been erased the Most High's name, and they put the Tetragrammaton because everywhere the Tetragrammaton is, which is Yahweh, they put there, is in a different script, a different handwriting. Finish reading.
I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world.
Read.
Thine they are, and thou gavest them me, and they have kept thy word.
And they have kept thy word. Who did he give? Who did the Most High give him out of the world? From in the world? His own. The disciples. So the name of the Most High in Christ is important because what? These are the names that separate our God from the Gentiles. See? Now we're getting on code. We're not dealing with Islam. We're not dealing with Christianity, Roman Christianity, none of that stuff. We're dealing with the original belief system that was given to our forefathers coming out of Egypt. You got it. Now let's go. Babylon is falling. It's falling. Hold real quick. We're going to take a short break and we're going to come right back with the rest of the lesson. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Okay, that's right. Hebrew and Bible Academy. We start our first lesson for the 3-month installment. This 3-month installment tomorrow, the 10th. Okay, we've extended the enrollment, so if you would like to come in and you've never been a part of this, hey, you don't want to miss it. We're going into the creation of the universe, breaking down the tree of good and evil, what happened before earth. You don't want to miss that lesson. We have 12 weeks. We're going into what really happened in slavery, week 3. And week 2, in particular, we're going into tracing the serpent seed, the fall of the gods. You don't want to miss it. We got brand new lessons. And if you're interested, just like the commercial put out there, go to historytimes.org. We've extended the enrollment. Okay. It's only $150 for 3 months. It breaks down $50 a month. And you'll learn more in one lesson than you've learned all your life under any religion, any ideology. And it doesn't matter what it's a school. So, Shapat going to bring that news. I don't know, tell him what he's going to dove into. Lawyer going to handle the Hebrew 101. And of course, Lawyer and I is going to jump into that lesson. All right. So, you good?
Yes, sir.
Psalms 137. Let's go. Psalms 137.
Psalms chapter 1, verse number 37.
Babylon the Great is fallen, is fallen. Let's go.
By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
We wept when we remembered Zion by the rivers of Babylon, going to how Babylon was built, its base. It was built off of the slavery of the ancient Hebrews, of the children of Israel, of the children of the ancients. Why? Because it was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28 and 68 that we will be brought into a strange land by the means of ships. Let's get that real quick, Elder Lawyer. Deuteronomy 28. Read the 64th verse and the 68th verse.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 64.
Yes.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth, even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Even wood and stone. Wood representing the Christian cross of Tammuz, showing a dead man on a cross when Christ lives. And the rock would represent the Kaaba stone, the idol of Ishmael. The Kaaba stone. The Most High, that's a curse, seeing our people disproportionately in the millions paying homage to these Gentiles and their fallen gods. That's a curse. Read 68th verse.
Verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Egypt means bondage. Egypt means bondage. But instead of one locale like Egypt, no. We would be in that same slave condition all over the earth, being scattered throughout the four corners of the earth now. It tells us in Exodus 13 and 3 that what? Egypt is what? It means the house of bondage. How do you know? Well, the original landmass was Matazarium, Mizraim. Egypt was named later by the Greeks. Why? Because it was the place where our people served hard bondage. So when you see in Egypt again, it doesn't mean the locale of going back into ancient Egypt or modern Egypt. It's talking about the places will be scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. Go to Exodus 13 and 3, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
To give the precept for understanding on that.
Exodus chapter 13, verse 3. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which he came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Out of what?
Out of the house of bondage.
So Egypt means house of bondage. It's not talking about us going back, that prophecy of us going back into ancient Egypt to serve as a people. That never happened prophetically. Okay, so what you got to do is you got to go to the 64th verse to see that it's being scattered throughout the four corners of the earth and serving and building these other empires like we did Egypt. Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Read it.
Yes, sir.
You got something else?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Just an example showing that a place that is not the physical location of Egypt can be, or the name Egypt can be applied to a place that is physically not the location of ancient Egypt. This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
Exactly. So it doesn't have to be a physical place. It's a place that we are experiencing the same hard bondage and hardships as we did psychologically in ancient Egypt. So what place is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where God's people would serve captivity, right? But we would be under the spirit, being led by those who are under the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah, the letter people. Sounds like America, doesn't it? Now let's go. Let's go back to Deuteronomy. No, let's go back to Psalms, Deuteronomy 28 and 68. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Bondage a second time by the means of what? Slave ships.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
Thou shalt see it no more again, which means once we're scattered, the slavery and bondage we serve would be our last captivity. So we're under our last captivity before freedom. Read.
There thou shalt be sold unto your enemies.
You shall be sold unto your what?
Sold unto your enemies.
Your what?
Your enemies.
You will be sold to your enemies
For bondmen and bondwomen.
for a slave man and a slave woman. And this didn't just happen here in America. It happened years, hundreds of years before that amongst the Arabs who are still selling our people back and forth in the Middle East. They got a thing now over in the Middle East. That's why now you hear in the news more so than ever, people trafficking, where they're putting it out on Instagram and all that. Sisters and others can come over to these other countries and do this and do that and become married to rich people. They're advertising all this online. And when sisters get over there, guess what? You have guys taking their passport in these different countries and having them serve them. Just go missing. That's happening as we speak. Finish reading that point.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there you shall be sold unto your enemies.
For what?
For bondmen and bondwomen.
A slave man and a slave woman.
And no man shall buy you.
And that buy means redeem, because it's impossible for you to be sold and not purchased. So when it says no man shall buy you, it means redeem or save. Because why? It was prophesied that's what Christ would do. Christ, our Savior, is the Redeemer. So no man in this earth is going to change the trajectory of our condition as a people, of our people as a whole, until Christ returns. Okay? No man shall redeem us. But guess who's redeeming us? Christ. Through the awakening, bringing us into the knowledge of the truth, putting us back on code. Psalms 137. Let's go.
Psalms 137, verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
We wept when we remembered Zion. Read.
When we hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof, for there they that carried us away required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion.
So when we were carried away from the shores of Africa into the Americas, into different parts of the Western world, empires, they required us what? Mirth. They required us to smile and be happy as slaves. And also they said what? They say, sing us one of those songs of Zion. They required us to sing what? What's now deemed Negro spirituals. You notice this gospel music was made organically, jazz and all that, out of slavery. That was the entertainment for our masters, our overlords. Okay? The entertainment, it was like, okay, you the children of Israel, sing us one of your songs. Where's your God? And you know what we were singing? We weren't singing about Africa. We were singing over the river Jordan in our Negro spirituals. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell Pharaoh to let my people go. We were singing Zion songs on the shores of Babylon. We weren't talking about Africa. And it's not to minimize It's not to minimize what Africa meant to us. Let me make that clear, because some people think that's casting aspersions on Africa. No. Africa is an extension of our homeland. Africa was the wilderness the Most High told us to run into. It's the wilderness. So we're not casting aspersions on Africa. What we're telling you here is that we knew we were Israelites right off of the slave ships. And the Bible breaks it down. That they required us to sing what? Read it again.
It says, they required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of the songs of Zion.
Sing us one of the songs of Zion. Sing us one of the Negro spirituals. We weren't singing songs after coming off the shores. Don't you think we would have been singing about Africa if we knew that was the homeland? We were singing Zion. We were singing about this is the creation of Negro spirituals prophesied from our King David. Now look at that. Check this out. Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown, they go over to Israel in all white and get baptized over there, proclaiming that they're looking to change their lives. And she knew, claiming to be an Israelite now, over there in Israel. And a little after that, what happens? One of her last songs was, I Look to You, back to the Most High. No, you can tell that she was counting down the days before, she would have to give up the ghost. We always praise the Most High through song. One of the clear signs of who are the children of Israel in the earth today. Sing us one of the songs of Zion. Negro spirituals. Taken away in Babylon. Read.
Verse 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land?
How shall we sing the Lord's song? How can we sing the gospel of Christ and the gospel of our kingdom in a strange land? Because you're singing it with no desire of acquiring it. The people who are claiming to be us isn't just talking about having a land. They're doing everything they can to get it. So how can we sing about come down Moses and let my people go? How can we sing that in the church and then teach in the church the law's done away with? Well, come down Moses, let my people go so they can sacrifice unto me. And these people will I give a law. So you're singing it, but not doing it. See? Read.
Verse number 6. If I do not remember
Read
thee.
the 5th verse.
Verse 5. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem.
So the slaves carried away into Babylon knew our homeland was Jerusalem. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem.
Let my right hand forget her cunning.
Let my right hand forget my cunning. If I forget Jerusalem, I don't want to use my right hand to build anything for myself, let alone build something for the enemy. David says, listen, if I forget Jerusalem, everything I'm doing is for naught because I'm building for someone else. I'm not building for my people. I'm not building for the promise that was given to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. I would rather not be able to use my strong hand if it's not building my people. What am I singing for? What am I building for if it's not for us? Check this out, folks. I looked at this. I'm like, man, David was cold. And it's understanding the responsibility as king over Israel. Like everything I do is for my people. I sing for my people. I give praises to my God. And the works of my hand is to build the kingdom that was promised to my forefathers. Purpose. Read.
Verse 6. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth.
If I don't remember my homeland, let my tongue cleave to my mouth. I don't want to say anything if it's not having our people reflect back to what was lost, Jerusalem. So this is why Esau allow our people to talk about Africa and people peddling Africa and saying, and I'm not casting aspersions on Africa. I'm talking about how the con artists and shucksters here in America is fantasizing Africa as some type of a utopia, selling it to ignorant black people here in America, when Africans know that it's not a utopia. Africans are trying to get into America and into other Western worlds, Western areas. But they peddle that as a con game. Like the pastors peddle white Jesus, they use Africa as a substitute. See? And it tells us right here. What verse are you at?
Verse number 6. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth.
Read it.
If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy.
If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. End game, goal, Jerusalem. Why do you think the Jewish people over there start doing all these, what they're doing over there? They know the people who rule Jerusalem rules the world. If Africa was the place to be and all the end all, they will be claiming that. So they incentivize and let our people who are ignorant cast aspersions against the Bible so you can hold up Africa, the wilderness, while they take the promised land, the chosen land, the land that had gates directly in that realm into the heavenly realm. See? Read.
Verse 7. Remember, O Lord.
Remember, Ahiah.
The children of Edom.
Now listen to what David has just showed us. Remember Edom. Remember our brother Esau. He says, remember Edom. So if it's talking about what? Where we were carried away captive, where we were under the willow trees weeping, where we sung songs of Zion, where we said we need to remember Jerusalem, what people carried us away over the waters? David is identifying them. He says, what? Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom, the so-called European today, who hide themselves under different Gentile names. They hide themselves, but we break them down. We show you beyond any shadow of a doubt who's Edom and where they went to, how they gained a throne actually in Italy. We break that all down in the academy. Who's Edom? And Edom even telling you in his records, he's Edom. So David says, remember Edom in particular. Why?
Who said, or the children of Edom who said, raise it, raise it.
Hold up. Children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem.
Who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
Who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Now, did Edom destroy Jerusalem during the time of David? No. This was the Most High through the Spirit giving David understanding to who will eventually destroy Jerusalem. Who raised Jerusalem historically? Esau. Edom destroyed Jerusalem. So all that crap talking about the white man is Japheth is ridiculous. Who raised Jerusalem? The Bible is identifying it prophetically through David. Edom destroyed Jerusalem. Vespasian and Titus, 70 AD, destroyed our homeland and took it. They took all the gold and riches from the land to build the temple of the Vatican, one of Satan's seats. The Romans actually celebrated the fall of Jerusalem. They're Edom. They raised Jerusalem. And they took us into captivity according to King David's prophecy. And here we built Babylon. Read.
Verse 8. O daughter of Babylon.
Oh, now, hold up now. Check it out now. We know about ancient Babylon, the building of the Tower of Babel. We know about the fall of Jerusalem, where our kingship was lost in ancient Babylon, when Jeconiah lost the throne. So people would like to go back and say that happened already. But no, you can't say it's talking about ancient Babylon when David said in particular, he prophesied that Edom would raise it. That didn't happen in ancient Babylon. That happened under the Roman Empire. And through that, after our people getting dispersed from Jerusalem, Esau would build the daughter of Babylon. Esau would build, through the Roman power structure, a daughter of the ancient Babylon, where all the Babylonian rituals, ceremonies, sacrifices, holidays, and all that would be actually promoted in their new empires after they've colonized the people and converted them into the Roman power structure. It would be what? Named now the daughter of Babylon. See? Are you following me here? Read.
Verse 8. O daughter of Babylon, who are to be destroyed.
Who ought to be what?
Who are to be destroyed.
It was prophesied eventually she'll be destroyed. Read.
Happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us.
As thou hast served us. So a judgment is coming on Edom by our God for their treatment, for the treatment they've done since we've been enslaved under them. And this is why I tell brothers and sisters, listen, don't go out there, don't march, don't protest, don't get mad, because them triggering you is actually a part of their psychology to draw you out. The weapons of our warfare aren't carnal. You can't physically go against Esau. That's his power. That's his advantage as the cunning hunter, to draw you out so that now he has cause to go against you. He draws you out as a cunning hunter by triggering you. The Most High, vengeance is the Lord's. We are not to seek vengeance. We are not to seek equality. We are not to seek justice here. At all. We have to understand what this is. It's a prophecy of us being cursed to serve the other nations until the Most High give us the power under Christ through the heavens to take our rightful positions. Vengeance isn't ours. We're not to look for equality. We're not to march. We're not to lock arms in arms with them, with none of this crap. We're not to deal with any of that. We ought to look at all of it to say, you know what? Light has no agreement with darkness. You have something, Mother Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Just on that point, just reading a portion of Deuteronomy 28 and 68 that we just read.
Yeah.
Where it says, there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. That's the purpose. That's the reason we were sent and brought unto this land. As the elder is stating, not for justice, not for equality, not to march, not to complain, but to go through this particular curse.
Exactly. We're not to participate in none of what they're dealing with. We were brought here to serve as a reminder to what happens after disobeying our God. It should be a reminder to us. This is why we don't have equality. This is why we don't have this. This is why we don't have that. How do we get it back? This is why the Most High put us in slavery.
Right, provoking the jealousy.
To provoke us to jealousy to come back. Exactly. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. It wasn't for us to look for equality by a people you'll never receive it from. They relish in our low state. They relish. They love us being low and begging them for something. They love it. No, we're not to engage. Like, no. We're not into that. You're not going to trigger us. We don't care who's the president. We don't care what the Democrats say. We don't care who either side. We're not engaging. We're not here to give any hope in this process, to make our people think there's hope here in slavery. Last piece, Elder Lawyer, the 9th verse.
Verse number 9. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
And that's going to be the vengeance in the last war. I'll be going into that soon. And now let's go to Revelation 18. Revelation 18. Babylon the Great is fallen. Now that we're here, but then the Most High would do what? He would begin to revive us, wake us up and realize, okay, it's time for you to come home. I've chastised you enough. The nations have went above what I would have allowed them to do to you. So he's going to start waking us up. Okay? You'll never get justice through this political system. But what they do, they trigger the who? The unlearned amongst us. And use them to actually draw us in to this political structure to make you believe it's hope. Every 4 years or every 3 years, they have a mother crying outside, oh, my baby was killed. Oh, my baby. It's like they pull this thing out on the news. You can't have one shooting anywhere unless they show a sister on the street crying, my baby. I'm not getting triggered by none of that crap anymore.
That's right.
That's how they draw you out. They use someone emotionally over in their emotions. And they use the same card every time to do what? To pull at our heartstrings so that now we can move all of our emotions towards whatever agenda they're trying to push now, using that emotion, using that trigger. Oh my God, they shooting, they doing this to us, they doing that. And now we get drawn in and the Satanists use that for their own agendas. I'm like, no, that's nothing compared to, I'm not dealing with it. I'm not getting caught up into that. Tell me again, the only thing I want to hear is have the cameras at the abortion clinics when they ripping the babies out of our young ladies and have her crying, my baby. And that's when I'm going to start being in on it.
That's right.
I'll come in at that point. Okay. So don't tell me you care about our people, but kill our children every day. I don't want to hear it. So brothers and sisters, when y'all see that stuff on TV where they got a woman or a man shooting or a girl shooting and all that, understand all of that stuff is media driven to trigger you against yourself. Whatever initiative they put in place, it'll be to enslave and kill more of your people. That's what it's about. Don't ever go for that. It's a ploy to draw you out from what you're doing into their political theater. And then they'll pass laws because of it. And at the end of the day, the people that shot you aren't the people at the behest of the prisons and all the other stuff they've drummed up through this. It's our people suffering through that initiative. Okay? So don't buy it. They're going to try to get Prince Hall guys to come out, fraternity guys to come out, university guys to come out, to come into our community and whip our people up into a frenzy emotionally. That's the people they use. Be like, nah, we good. Nah, we good. Go ahead, Esau. Yeah, I'm Esau. I'm black. Yeah, but you're chocolate covered. Get out of here. You're carrying Esau's water. Go ahead. I'm not getting triggered. Well, don't you care about black power? Don't you want this? No, I want Jerusalem.
That's right.
As long as we're under the hands of our enemies, we'll always be crying about what they're doing against us. The end game is what was prophesied for us. Freedom and protection from our enemies forever. And only Christ can bring us that.
That's right.
Okay? That's it. So don't come to me, your colleges and all that coming out trying to trigger us, thinking that you using us as your test dummies to be utilized politically to actually push more laws that will oppress our children. Not going for it anymore. Revelation 18. You want to know where we are in prophecy right now? Revelation 18 is where we are. Let's read it. Revelations 18. Let's read it.
Revelation 18, verse 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Babylon the Great has fallen, because in order to oppress our people here, they had to use every demon from West Hell and let it loose on society. They had to do it. To consolidate power, they would rule through the chaos created through the demons they control. But by doing so, it would be a matter of time before the immorality here would actually overtake the people here. And they knew it. The less moral a country becomes, the faster it falls to its demise. So it was a catch-22 for them. By letting all these demons loose on the people, they knew, okay, eventually there'll be nothing to salvage here in this country. But we need to let these demons loose on the people to control them and to stop Israel from ever coming to the knowledge, the blacks, the Hispanics, the Latinos, the Mexicans, all the people, even in other continents. We have to do what we can to keep them distracted and make sure that these people never remember Zion. And we'll use the demons to keep them confused. Make sure they just function in their homes. They hate each other. There's adultery. There's sin. There's fornication. We're going to make sure they worship whatever they want to worship. We need the demons to cut loose against them to keep them from what? A unified focus like they once had in Israel. Right? You have something, Mother Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Just a quick precept to show how these demons are manifesting themselves in these last days. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God.
And that's what these demons has created in our society to a point where our people today doesn't know that we don't know our head from a hole in the ground. We're totally confused because they have aimed the demons strictly amongst our people to keep us confused, separated. That's the only way the powers that be could consolidate power to control so many of our people. But the one thing they'll do out of the pool of slaves is to employ our people and train them in their corporations and in their institutions, certain ones amongst us, to build their tower. See? So they look at our cities, like in major cities, they see these cities no different than plantation owners deemed slave quarters. We need these people based on their ingenuity and all that and the spirit of the Most High working with them. But we have to look from amongst the pool of the slave class to know who we can utilize for us. Because these same people with those gifts, if we don't move them and sever them away from the people, they'll use those gifts from heaven for their own people. And this is how from one generation to the next, the Gentile Esau has kept his tower, his Babylonian tower built, primarily in America. Any gifted people who could be used for the embedment of our people would immediately be severed from amongst us to be used to build his system. But eventually, the evil and wickedness that they've created in our society would come to a head, to where if you allow it to happen in our communities, thinking it's not going to affect you, we will continue to grow. And what happens? Eventually, the sin you allowed amongst the children of Israel would begin to affect your children. You can't keep these demons and this sin bottled within an area of Chester Ghetto. Eventually, if you allow these demons to operate, because these demons, guess what? They're not racist. They're just looking to jump into anyone who would allow them. So you thought you could keep it contained strictly in the black communities or the Latino communities, but no. What happened was eventually the sin became so intense that these demons bust out from amongst the inner cities and begin to go into the suburbs and that's right, and affect your little Brad. Yes, right. And affect Jennifer and affect your children now. So when you allow these demons to operate to control us, guess what happened? Eventually, these demons need places. They need people. What happens if the children of Israel start to work up and clean up their act? And get baptized. These demons are now finding your children. Hold that and get Hosea the 6th chapter. Huh? So the weapons you've used to control us and to destroy us and all that, those demons are finding hosts. They're using now the children of the Gentiles. For the first time in a long time, I went to Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago, and you know what I seen, which was a phenomenon to me? I seen a Chinese guy and a Chinese girl on the road begging for change. I've never seen that. On the same roads black people used to be asking for change and all that, you see white people and all that. But I seen a deep phenomenon. I seen Chinese people in the inner cities begging, homeless on the streets. And I'm like, see, you Gentiles work together to keep us enslaved and using all these demons and your magic concentrated on us. Never thought that it would fall on your children. Something happened. Our people are changing. They're changing now. We're tired. We're tired. We don't want it anymore. We want rest. So now we're coming back to our God, relinquishing and moving these demons off of our people. And these demons are searching for souls. They're searching for homes. And you children of the Gentiles, who have always likened yourself to Babylon, your children are now being hosts for these demons that once plagued our people. The curse is coming off of us, falling onto your children. Let's go to Hosea 6 and 1.
Hosea chapter 6 verse 1.
Come on.
Come, and let us return unto the Lord, for he hath torn, and he will heal us.
He will heal us, read.
He hath smitten, and he will bind us up.
He hath smitten, and he will bind us up, read.
After 2 days will he revive us, and the third day he will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight.
And we shall live in his sight. Now think of that reviving. You see someone dead you see someone laying flatline on an operation table, and they take those two things and go clot and revive them. It says in 2 days he will revive us. That was a time period of the time and the dividing of times where God's people would begin to say, enough, I want Jerusalem. I want my family like it once was, like we were before the curse. And we're being revived. That old slave person we was taught, claiming we were Indians, when there's no such thing as a people called Indians. Black people, there's no such thing as Negroes and all this other crap. African Americans. No, we're killing those bywords and those slave names, and we're being revived as Israel. See? So what of the demons who have no use for those who follow the law, who have no use? These demons cannot live in a body that serves the true living God. It leaves and finds Gentiles and other nations and others who are sold under sin. We're being revived now. So now these spirits are being rejected from us. We're being baptized, covered by the blood of Christ. And now the demons are looking for the next host. See? Read.
Revelation 18, verse 3.
Come on.
For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication.
Come on.
And the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth.
And the merchants of the earth, that means the whole earth got paid off of the curse with the Israelites breaking God's law. With us breaking God's law, all the merchants of the earth got rich. Our servitude means what? The glory of the Gentiles. So all the merchants got rich. Anytime we look to build ourselves and do something for our own, what did Esau do? He opens up the immigration borders to actually give the foreigners jobs that belong to us so that we don't financially empower ourselves against him. It's the merchants. You wonder why every other 5-10 years, that same corner store you grew up, people would change. It was Chinese people, then it was East Indian people, then it was this people or that people on that corner store, and that store never represented the people of the community. You notice that same corner store you went to, they would actually move the different nations out that came from different countries, but no one in the community could have that store. Coincidence? But that store a long time ago, before integration, what happened? It was the Jewish people owning those corner stores. They owned the butcher stores. All those corner stores were initially in our neighborhoods owned by them. But once they left, you would have thought that it would have been given to someone in the community. But no, they let the Chinese in. They let the East Indians in. They let everyone in because the merchants have always did what? They have always aligned themselves, the Gentiles, against us in fear of what happens if we were to come together under one code. They weren't there just as corner stores. They were there as spies in the community, unified against us. That's what they were. That's who they are. Come on.
And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
The abundance of her delicacies, read.
Verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people.
Another voice saying what?
Come out of her, my people.
Come out of her, my people. First, that voice is letting us know we must separate ourselves spiritually from its ideology, its witchcraft, its sorcery. And I'm going to go into that voice in a moment. But then, eventually, that same voice that say, come out of her, will lead us to the same place we were, to that mount where Moses received the law. We'll be there again. We will be there again, folks. It tells us in the Bible that the Most High is going to strike the waters again. And the waters are going to split 7 streams where the children of Israel are going to walk over on dry shod again. 7 streams, 7 paths in the waters will be made for the children of Israel. Let me tell you how the way the Most High will eventually deliver us this time, folks. The deliverance out of Egypt will never be spoken of again. That won't even be a story. That won't even be in the minds of us. The deliverance out of Egypt compared to this next deliverance. Finish reading.
Revelation chapter 18, verse number 5.
Come on.
For her sins have reached unto heaven.
Her sins have reached unto heaven. What does that mean? She have accomplished what Nimrod couldn't. They have set their nest amongst the stars. When you go beyond the firmament, you are in heaven. They have accomplished, Lucifer and his ministers and governments of this earth have accomplished what Nimrod couldn't. Living on the outside of the firmament of earth. Your sins, your space junk has crowded the area where the Most High resides, where the angels are. You got something? You good?
No, sir.
Okay, let's hit it.
Reading on, this is the book of Revelation chapter 18, verse 5. For her sins have reached unto heaven.
Come on.
And God have remembered her iniquities.
And the Most High has remembered her sins. Read.
Verse 6. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her according to her works, and the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double.
Come on.
How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she said in her heart, I sit a queen.
I sit a queen. The representation of what? The Statue of Liberty. I sit a queen. You go to Times Square right now and you can hear a pin drop. The calm before the storm. I sit a queen. Read.
And am no widow, and shall see no sorrow.
I shall see no sorrow. That's what she's saying, that, hey, we'll never lose our power. We'll never lose our people in number compared to the other countries we've colonized and destroyed. That's what she's saying in her heart. Read.
Therefore her plague shall come in one day.
In one day, what?
Death.
Read.
And mourning.
Read.
And famine.
Read.
And she shall be utterly burnt with fire.
And she shall utterly be burnt with fire in the last war. Now, it sounds grim, right? Yes, it's grim. But this is how the children of Israel are freed. Read.
For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her.
For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. Read.
Verse 9. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her.
The other nations who come over here claim to be imams and set up temples and all that and set up mosques. But we all know what they do, the Muslim mosques that comes over here into our cities. We know what they do. to the poor in our community. They be paying young girls and all that to come in the back of their stores, the back of their imams and temples, and they be dealing with our young girls all in the hood, and the girls be keeping it quiet for money. We know what you do. We know what you do. All up in our neighborhoods, paying our sisters privately to go behind, sneaking in your mosques. Folks, I grew up in North Philly. 15th and Diamond. There's nothing I haven't seen. And these imams and all these cats that's coming over here and they shut up those stores, they be bringing in some of the nastiest, filthiest fornicators, setting up those stores in our neighborhoods and be just ravishing our sisters. And without us saying anything. We don't do anything. Because some of the sisters agree with it. Like, listen, that's my business. But it happens. Finish reading.
Verse number 8. Therefore her plague shall come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burnt with fire, for strong is the Lord who judgeth her.
Read.
And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her,
and
lament for her,
and cry for her,
when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Why is the merchants upset, folks? Why? Because guess what? They can be a no one in their country and come to America and make a spoil of our people. Set up businesses and become millionaires, billionaires overnight. Using the gifted children of Israel. That's why they're crying. I've been all over the world, folks. You can have someone that's a nobody, someone that cleans up camel dung over in the Middle East and come and set up a mosque and in America or in North Philly, and they will be considered almost a god in our communities. When not too long, they had a shoveling crap behind that pyramid in Egypt. But they come over to America and automatically they're given some level of piety strictly for looking like an Arab and having a towel wrapped around their heads. So they're going to cry because why? They're going to be like, man, the opportunity to enslave the children of Israel is coming to an end. It's coming to an end. They can't get loans. They can't get anything to benefit their own community. But if I come over there and agree to oppress them, I can get everything and use their women, use their men. And automatically they look at me as like a god. And I was just shoveling crap over there in Egypt or in Pakistan. And these black people see me as something righteous. So the merchants are going to cry because why? They're losing their upper ground, their high ground against us. Let's read.
Verse number 10. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon,
Thank you.
that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come.
In 1 hour will her judgment come. In 1 hour, folks, will her judgment come. And if you think what we're reading here is, hey, you think what we're going through now is something. You need to check out how in one day they had a report of something in Wuhan, China, and then the next couple of days, the whole country was shut down in total confusion. Overnight. Using the power of what? The media, their magic wand, sorcery to shut the whole earth down. If you think the earth can be shut down with just a word in one day, think about what the Most High is saying here that would happen in 1 hour. What is the earth being primed for? The merchants are already crying. I'm losing my business. I'm losing this. I'm losing that. Oh my God. You don't see what's going on here? They're posturing the earth for the war. People 6 feet apart. You go into a store, it's 666, 666, 666, 666, 666. You can't see what's going on? The patent, 666. So while they're operating to try to consolidate as much power as they can on the Israelites are being revived and waking up, the Most High is doing something else. On this level, they're doing it on a geopolitical scale, but the Most High is doing something else spiritually. He's freeing the children of God. Because if it wasn't done this way, we would choose to stay in servitude in Babylon forever. So we have to take the glory from it. He have to allow the glory to be taken from it. And guess what? It's frustrating, isn't it? Yes, it is. It was one time in America, brothers and sisters, where it was about quality. It was about class. It was about perfection. And you can go any place, anywhere, and you can expect to be disappointed. You can expect to go to a store almost every day and the person talking to you give you something, totally mess up your order. And anything you deal with is not like it was, is it? People are not listening to each other no more. There's no care for quality anymore. Everyone is mad. Everyone is angry. The luster the shine has totally been removed from Babylon. Y'all notice that? The luster is gone. You can expect disappointment every day. Listen to what the scripture's saying here. She's incrementally getting dismantled. She have lost her luster. Verse, let's go.
Verse number 11. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore.
For no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. When you go into the book of Jeremiah, it talks about how every nation now are starting to go back to their own countries. People are selling their businesses. It's really breaking down because they understand what's to come. Read.
Verse 12. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all thyine wood and all manner of vessels of ivory and all manner of vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beast and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves.
And what?
And slaves.
And what?
And slaves.
That's us.
And the souls of men.
And the souls of men. They're bewailing all of these products that were used in Babylon to make them rich and give status, including the slaves. Check it out. They're crying, we no longer have access to them. And Esau have broken it down where everything in the earth has become a product controlled by him outside of people. People is the last product he must tag. Hence what we see today. So they already had it on the phones, the computers, where everything would be in apps, where instead of the merchants getting rich, it would all come from their storehouses. You cannot benefit from Babylon at all unless it comes from them. That's right. All the nations who laid down with Esau has been double-crossed, including the Chinese. The Chinese just don't know it yet. They have all been double-crossed. Esau never had a desire once he gained Palestine to share the earth with the other nations. That never was his desire. He just played y'all against us. But he have a plan for you too. because you're not going to be able to benefit from the glory of Babylon like you once did. No, Esau wants your children to serve him now. All you Gentiles, the Roman Empire is looking for all your children to do what black people did for him. They have a plan for China. And I'm going to tell you this right now. It goes into, in 2nd Esdras, it say right after Babylon is destroyed, then Asia is next. Asia is a real plague is going to break out in China and in Asia that's going to kill them by the millions. And then all power for a space will go back to Rome. They've already primed the pumps for this, folks. They had Chinese people walking around with masks when we didn't even know what was about. You had Michael Jackson traveling over to China and he would come back with masks. His children have masks. We noticed that Chinese people was wearing masks in America when things was normal. Like, what they doing? They've already primed the pump for an outbreak that will destroy China as a superpower. Once they take all currency into the electronic currency, it will totally destroy the power of the yen. China's power is aligned with Babylon's power. As long as Babylon has strength, China is a superpower. But once Babylon is totally destroyed, how do China benefit? They don't. They get the real strain of stuff. And because they're so concentrated over there, the Most High is going to allow the plagues of Egypt to go all the way through and destroy their future. And you know, if you come to me with some stuff, and you know what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to say, hey, buy or get out. Get out or buy. Buy or get out. That's what I'm going to tell you. Okay? And eventually you're going to be walking around our stores. And you know, when it's all time, you'll be walking around where we own things. And we have two guys walking around with Dimitris making sure you ain't taking nothing out of our stores. Get out. Buy or get out. Okay? So the Most High has something for you too. So all this people talking about China is going to, yeah, China has a big hand in imploding America because they think they're next. But they're only going to use the Chinese to go against the white structure in America. That's the only reason they're utilizing them. But eventually, the Most High is going to take, matter of fact, let's get that in 2nd Esdras real quick, where the Most High, after Babylon is dealt with, he's going to deal with Asia.
2nd Esdras chapter 15, verse number 46. And thou, Asia, that are partaker with the hope of Babylon,
because you've partaken with the hope of Babylon,
and art the glory of her person,
and you become glorious and have flexed yourself over God's people, thinking you're better than the children of Israel. Read.
Will be unto thee, thou wretch, because thou hast made thyself like unto her.
Come on.
And hast decked thy daughters in her whoredom.
Come on.
That they might please and glory in thy lovers.
So you did all this to please Esau. You thought you would come over, become an immigrant, and align yourself against us for acceptance with them. Read.
Which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee.
Come on.
Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions. Therefore saith God, I will send plagues upon thee.
I will do what?
I will send plagues upon thee.
I will do what?
I will send plagues upon thee.
This is nothing that you think something about a lab. The Most High is going to allow whatever in that lab to cut loose. And he's going to send the plagues of Egypt throughout all of China, and they will die in number. And Esau knows it. They already primed the pump with it by telling you it started in Wuhan. So no one can be surprised when this stuff breaks out in those concentrated dirty areas over in Asia and people start dying in number. It was prophesied from our God, the God of Israel, thousands of years ago. You thought you was going to help them use a plague to come against us in the cities? the Most High is going to turn that plague on your children. So Babylon isn't going down alone. China goes with it, according to the Bible. Let's go.
I will send plagues upon thee, widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence.
Verse
49.
Come on.
I will send plagues upon thee, widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence, to waste thy houses with destruction and death. And thy glory, the glory of thy power shall be dried up as a flower when the heat shall rise that is sent over thee.
Oh yeah, the heat. There will be a war. That's right, Asia. You will be double crossed. And the Roman Empire will burn you. Amalek is behind the whole thing. He's just used you against us. He allowed you to sacrifice your own children and make it where you can only have a certain amount of children in your area, in your neighborhoods, in your country. They did that. They made it where you would have slave camps and slave labor so that they can do what? Take all the jobs from America and give it to you to embolden you, at the same time imploding the economy of America. But he made you believe the whole time, Amalek, that you would be next in sacrificing your children for the sake of what? Status. But no, Esau has no desire at all to share his power with you. He allowed you to go ahead and get laboratories and all that made in your country because you thought it was just about, infecting black people in China, in North Philadelphia and Chicago and Los Angeles. That's what you thought, didn't you? No, those laboratories are going to be used against you. And those plagues are going to get out, and guess what? And then after that, Esau is going to double cross you, and you'll become his enemy, and he's going to drop a bomb on you. Okay? That's how it goes. And you know what? We just sitting back looking at our God work. This is what freedom looks like? Cool. Cool. Hey. When you lie in the bed with dogs, you get fleas. You can't make an alliance with a snake and then say, okay, why did the snake bite me? Let's go back to Revelation. Let's go.
Revelation chapter 18, verse number 15.
Come on.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
And the fruits that thy soul lusteth after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all.
Come on.
The merchants of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing.
Saying what?
And saying, Alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen, and purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, for in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught.
In 1 hour so great riches have come to nothing. Read. Now the Bible in Revelation is prophesying the fall of the empires who has always aligned themselves against us, and the rise of the children of Israel in preparation for Christ's kingdom. Read.
For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught.
Come on.
And every shipmaster in all the company in ships and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off, and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying,
Read.
What city is like unto this great city?
What city is like unto this great city? There was never a city in the history of the earth like America. What of this great city? It'll never happen again. And people are looking at it now and saying, man, this country was great, wasn't it? The celebrations, the party, the power, the freedom. This is what the other countries are going to be saying. Read 19.
Verse 19. And they cast dung upon their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying...
Now here's the deep thing about it, folks. If we know it's not possible because it's prophesied, if any nation repented and come to the knowledge of the Most High and judge sin, they would be forgiven. They would tell the truth and denounce sin, and destroy the evil within their empires, and admit that they have enslaved the children of Israel. If they came all together and said, the molesters, those who have sinned, those who have harmed humanity, either they repent or get judged. If America made that stance today, it would survive. How do we know that? Elder Lawyer, get Ezekiel 33. If the wicked restore the pledge. So you cannot claim that an unjust God is allowing this judgment. Man has free will. See, but what if a free will to do good? But what if the leaders are so compromised and wicked and perverse and molesters that they're so wicked that even them knowing still choose evil? What happens when your whole leadership structure becomes wicked? See? No one can blame any of this stuff that's going on in this earth on God, as far as the judgment of what's happening in this earth, because he's given man opportunity after opportunity, and these governments has the same opportunity, but choose what? They choose to go against the God of Israel, because why? They measure their power and their prestige off of us, off of the destruction of our people. And they don't want to let the children of Israel go. Same as Pharaoh, have hardened their heart and say, I know what I'm doing to these people are wrong, but you know what? It's their degradation. It's their low estate that gives me power. Because they don't want to let us go, the Most High is going to jack them. He is jacking them. Let's read it. Ezekiel 33 and 15. Let's read it.
Ezekiel 33, verse 15. If the wicked restore the pledge.
If the wicked was to restore the pledge, because they claimed in America the Judeo-Christian values of in God we trust. If they set up an earth or set up a government that aligned with the heavenly government, read.
Walk in the statutes of life.
Walk according to the laws of God.
Without committing iniquity.
Without committing sin, molestation, pedophilia, fornication. Read.
He shall surely live.
He shall surely live. Read.
He shall not die.
He shall not die. Read.
None of his sins that he have committed shall be mentioned unto him.
None of the sins Esau or anyone else did against us or against our God would be mentioned in heaven if they repented. Read.
He have done that which is lawful and right. He shall surely live.
You shall surely live. Read.
Yet the children of thy people say, the way of the Lord is not equal.
But y'all say the way of our God isn't equal when he's given even you a chance. But read.
But as for them, their way is not equal.
But your way isn't right. You choose to do wickedness. But if you sow wickedness, guess what? If you sow evil, guess what? You can look to reap it. So Christ and the Most High from the heavenly realm, where there's total order there, they're giving everyone in every position in this earth an opportunity to choose right. And you can't blame God for anything that's going on down here with man still choosing evil, wickedness, perversion. If people were all to get together and say, listen, we getting these pedophiles out of here. We getting these people that are against God out of here. There's not going to be no such temple as the temple of Satan in our country. There's not going to be all these different religions. There will only be one God, the God of the Bible. who gave the Gentiles opportunity through the fall of Israel. If that happened, guess what? The Most High would do what? He would hold back his judgment. Don't hold your breath for that to happen, especially wearing masks. Let's go back to Revelation 18. Come on, so I don't want no one to say that the Most High isn't right. He's given them opportunity. But the nations are hell-bent on enslaving and keeping our people enslaved. They're hell-bent on harming us. So they've been given opportunity. Where you left off at, Elder Lawyer?
Revelation chapter 18, verse number 19.
Come on.
And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that city is great, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea by reason of her costliness, for in 1 hour is she made desolate.
In 1 hour is she made desolate. Read.
Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her.
So who killed the prophets? Rome. Read.
Verse 21. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying,
Now look at this.
Thus with violence shall the great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all.
And shall be found no more at all. The freedom for the children of Israel, which is the fall of Babylon. Read.
And the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers.
Now, here's all the different gifts that our people brought to this construct. The what?
And the voice of harpers.
Harpers.
And musicians.
Musicians.
And of pipers.
The pipers.
And trumpeters.
The trumpeters.
Shall be heard no more at all in thee.
Shall be heard no more in thee. No more Michael Jackson. No more Whitney Houston. No more Mahalia Jackson. It shall be heard no more in thee. No more Aretha Franklin. No more Patti LaBelle. No more Sam Cooke. No more Otis Redding. No more Peabo Bryson. Listen to the music today. The great music has already been forgotten. The music which gave the whole earth hope that came from the children of slaves from the shores of Africa. No more do they have that hope that came through song. Through the civil rights movement, you had Sam Cooke, a change is going to come, being resonated beyond the shores of America throughout the earth, giving the earth hope through slaves. People that were suffering in other continents and other countries were given hope through the children of slaves. No more. Listen to this, folks.
It says,
And no craftsman.
And no craftsman.
Because you talking about craftsmanship, folks. Look at craftsmanship. And I see, when I look at TV today and these home network programs, you don't really see our people at all. Right? But you go back and look at those plantations that were built in Americas and in the other areas. Those constructs still are the strongest constructs that were ever built in America. Benjamin Banneker, a black man, designed Washington, D.C. Now, he did it for the evil ones, but he did it. We were the craftsmen. We built the country. We built the base. Babylon was built on us. And no one appreciated the gifts of God that came through us, because you didn't want to acknowledge that the gifts that were in us came through our forefathers, who are the children of Israel. Every other nation took the glory from us. So since you didn't want to give glory to God's people for building it, the Most High is taking it down. Read.
And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee.
Come on, that means all work at a stoppage. They started this a long time ago when the Motor City no longer would be the Motor City, where they moved all the makings for cars and all that offshores to China and other areas, destroying the backbone of the automobile industry, the steel industry. They gave all of that to the other nations. Look at that. They gave it to the other countries offshores, Chinese people and others. See? Oh, you thought it was coming back? Oh, no. Trump was talking about bringing it back. See what happens with that. Have nothing to do with the electoral system. Anyone that's trying to bring Babylon back to its old glory is moved out of the way. Doesn't matter what the electoral system says. Okay? Read.
It says, shall be found no more at all in thee.
23.
And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. Verse 23. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee.
The light of the candle, that great torch, shall no longer shine in thee. Read.
And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all
When
in
it
thee.
says bridegroom and bride, that's deep in of itself. Because in this country, they would change the spiritual definition of marriage. A real bride and a bridegroom, according to the Almighty, will no longer be heard in this country, because this country, for the first time in the history of the world, would redefine marriage. Read.
Verse 23, and the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth.
You got thy merchants, the traders, those who made big business off of slaves, were what?
Were the great men of the earth.
They were the great men in the earth. They were known as your billionaires, your trillionaires, all that. Read.
For by thy sorceries were all nations deceived.
For by thy sorceries, all nations were deceived. You were deceived to a degree where you thought that our God would allow you to enslave his chosen people forever. You deceived yourself. Finish reading.
Verse 24, and in her was found the blood of the prophets.
In her was found the blood of the prophets.
And of the saints.
And of the saints. We are the saints. Read.
And of all that were slain upon the earth.
And all that were slain upon the earth. And Christ is coming back to seek vengeance on those who destroyed the prophets, who slain the prophets, who've always killed the children of God. Babylon the Great is fallen, and it will never be the same. The question is, number one, are you ready for it? And what are you willing to do to build your kingdom from the ashes? That's what Christ is preparing us for now. Now, let's go. Someone asked me a question yesterday. Well, what are we to do when it comes to our close family members, people we know, who at every turn is still looking to uphold this system? They're not listening. It seems my loved ones believe everything that's on the news. What am I to do? Am I responsible for getting them to see? Am I responsible? I need everyone who's dealing with this, trying to convince others, to write these scriptures down right now. When it comes to your loved ones or people you're looking to get to understand this, even if it's someone dear and close to you. Elder Lawyer, I need you to get Psalms 91. And after that, after I break this down, I have a question strictly for sisters, and you can answer in the chat.
Psalms chapter 91, verse number 1.
Read it.
From the top or straight to
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Psalms 91, verse 1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty.
Shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. Read.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress.
Christ is our refuge. He's our fortress. And the secret place we go to speak to the Most High is in our closet. When we pray to Him, we go to Him. Out of that prayer comes protection. Read.
He is my refuge and my fortress, my God, in Him will I trust.
In a higher will we trust. Go on.
Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence.
These are the traps. The noise that are traps. When you see on the media, he's going to say, listen, we're not listening to none of that crap. And the noise of what?
And the noisome pestilence.
And the noisome pestilences. All the different noise that's out there that would distract us from our purpose, our path. Read.
Verse 4, He shall cover thee.
And the noisome pestilences is also the booms. Boom. The wars. The noise. The bombs. The distractions. Read.
He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler.
What's the shield and buckler?
It says, His truth shall be thy shield and buckler.
Come on.
Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day.
You see that? These are the missiles that are coming. The terror by night, or what? The arrows that fly in the day. Folks, don't worry about it. I'm going to show you something here. You just have to make sure you're right with the Almighty. Keep in mind, we may look at this earth as this big miracle the Most High created for us, and it is. But I need y'all to realize that the earth is where the Most High rests His foot. The Bible tells you that the earth is the Most High's footstool. It's nothing compared to Him. He can protect us in it. Read.
Verse number 6, Nor the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday.
So the pestilence that walks in darkness, even if they're talking about a virus or whatever the case is. You're not to fear anything. Read.
1,000 shall fall at thy side.
You're going to hear about numbers of people, cases and numbers. Cases. This is all part of their sorcery to instill fear in you. Always remember that eventually there will be real cases. Save your concern for that time. And use what's going down as an urgency to get right with the Most High. Okay? Because we will see death in number for real within this earth. Prepare ourselves for that. When we'll see what?
1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand.
It'll be 1,000 on one side dying, and 10,000 right next to you. Read.
But it shall not come nigh thee.
But it shall not come near you. You're shielded and protected by the angels under the hedge of the Almighty, the wings of the Most High. And understand that path, that road the Most High placed you on is narrow. And it's so narrow that only one man or one woman can walk on the path. There's fire on one side and water on the other. And it's so narrow that only one person at a time can be on the path, which means my wife, my son, my best friend, no, they can't walk on the path the same time as me. They have to have their own lane sheltered under the Almighty. That's how narrow the road is. With 1,000 being destroyed on one side and 10,000 on the other. At the end of the day, each individual's judgment before the Almighty is just that. It'll be you and the Most High in judgment, before the judgment. So, yes, we do have we're responsible for those we love. But understand where that responsibility begins and it ends. You cannot put them on the path. They have to choose it. It's a balancing act with just you as an individual trying to stay on the path. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Now, few precepts. Get Isaiah 30 and 20. So I'm going to answer that question when it comes to trying to convince loved ones who are hell-bent and stubborn against the truth. See what that is. Hold on one second. Who's hell-bent and stubborn against the truth. Okay, 1 second. Let's get it. Let's get Isaiah 30 and 20.
Isaiah chapter 30, verse number 20. And though the Lord give you the affliction or the bread of adversity.
Though the Most High have given us the bread of adversity. Read.
And the water of affliction.
And the water of affliction.
Yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner any more, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
But thine eyes shall see thine teachers. Read.
And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it.
This is the way, walk ye in it.
When ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left, ye shall defile also the covering of thy graven images of silver, and the ornament of thy molten images of gold. Thou shalt cast them away as a menstruous cloth. Thou shalt say unto it, Get thee hence.
Exactly. When that voice comes, you will begin to denounce your former worships, your former religions. It would take a spirit convincing you of the way. And when you hear that voice in your conscience, you begin to follow that voice. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, everyone has had that same opportunity till this day and decide not to follow that voice. You made a choice in your conscience when you heard it to follow it. See, what we believe is other people didn't get the opportunity to it. You're wrong. Time and chance happens to all men, and people consciously reject knowledge, reject the path. Why? Because there's sins, there's things that they want to do. There's things that they would like to do on the earth in which if they were to choose this, it opposes their own will. You have to understand what your responsibility is. You're not, everyone isn't a gifted teacher. And even if you are a gifted teacher, something still has to happen for that person to see. I can live in the house with the person, me and Elder Lawyer, set up just like this with precepts and books and everything in the house of a person that you would like to convert. And guess what, folks? That person probably would never come to the truth. Unless the Most High deemed them come to the truth. And then once they hear that voice, it will be upon them to follow it in our absence. I need y'all to check this out. Oh, Lord, you turning all over the place, right? You got something?
Yeah, just one quick precept.
Go ahead.
Isaiah 6 and 10, or verse number 9 through 10. And he said, Go tell this people, hear ye indeed, but understand not, and see ye indeed, but perceive not. Make the heart of this people fat, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and convert, and be healed.
Hold that, because I link directly with what I have anyway at the end with Christ, right? So we go to the people, but there's some people the Most High have closed their ears and eyes. Why? Because these people are what? Unrepentant sinners. Okay. Go to Isaiah 42 and 16.
Isaiah 42, verse 16.
Read.
And I will bring the blind by a way that they knew not.
He says, I will bring the blind, those who couldn't see like us, by a way they knew not. Read.
I will lead them in paths that they have not known.
I will lead them in paths which they have not known.
I will make darkness light before them.
I will make the darkness they were born in light before them.
And crooked things straight.
And crooked things straight. I'll have them see the world as I see it. See, but that's what happens after you turn and follow the voice. See? It's a conscious choice. Suppose you're talking to a person who has no desire to follow the Most High, regardless of how true he is and how true the word is. Suppose you have someone who has disdain against God for whatever reason. Right? Let's go to Isaiah 48 and 17.
Isaiah 48, verse number 17.
Here's the difference between you and others. We're going to go there in a moment. Read.
Thus saith the Lord, thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel.
The Holy One of who?
The Holy One of Israel.
Read.
I am the Lord thy God, which teacheth thee to profit, which leadeth thee by the way that thou shouldest go. Oh, that thou...
Hold up. Read that again.
I am the Lord thy God, which teacheth thee to profit.
It's the Most High God who teaches us how to profit in this world. How to get everything the Most High intended for us in this world. It's the Most High who teaches us this. Read.
Which leadeth thee by the way that thou shouldest go.
He leadeth us. He lead us into the way we should go. And the only way to be led is through the Holy Spirit. And you must receive that Spirit by first acknowledging you are a sinner and you need help from outside of our realm. This is when the Most High send the Holy Spirit, the helping Spirit, to guide us on the path. That's an individual choice that has to happen with that person. Go to Jeremiah 6 and 16.
Jeremiah chapter 6, verse number 16.
Because you have to understand the difference between you and the people that frustrate you by not accepting. You must know the difference between you're different than them. Let's go to Jeremiah 6 and 16 and read that, Elder Lawyer.
Jeremiah 6, verse 16. Thus saith the Lord, stand ye in the ways and seek and ask for the old paths.
And stand thee in the old ways and seek, read.
And see and ask for the old paths. Where is the good way?
So you asked for the good path. You wanted to know the right way. That's the difference between you and them. You were seeking. You wanted to know how to be better. You can't force that on someone else who doesn't want it. Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Thus saith the Lord, stand ye in the ways and see and ask for the old paths.
Ask for the old path.
Where is the good way?
Where is the good way?
And walk therein.
And walk therein it.
And ye shall find rest for your souls. But they say.
But the other people say, the people you trying to convince.
We will not walk therein.
We will not walk therein. That's the difference between you and these people who are frustrating you. You're only frustrating yourself trying to deal with people who don't want the path. Jeremiah 6:16 gives us the difference between those who are on the path and others. Read it once more.
Thus saith the Lord, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But they say, we will not walk therein.
But they say, we will not, what? Walk therein. Those are the people you're trying to convince to come in. I don't care how close they are to you. They don't want the path. So what happens if you continually force the path on them? Hold on. First of all, Titus 3:10 and 11. Let's go to Titus 3 and 10, and hold that, Elder Lloyd, and get Matthew 7. Matthew 7. All right.
Titus chapter 3, verse number, you want
Get Titus 3, first.
Titus 3 and 10. A man that is an heretic, after the first and second admonition.
After the first and second admonition.
Reject.
Do what?
Reject.
Do what?
Reject.
Reject. A heretic is someone who's divisive or who's bringing an entirely different ideology that's right for them. But yet they're trying to force it on others. After you only got 1 or 2 times you are accountable to the Most High to try to get them to see it. That's it. After that, you've done your job. It's this one guy, when I'm driving, I have my phone on because I have to, especially for the academy or whatever the case might be. Yeah, I can tell he's a young guy that he was probably like I was in my early 20s when I grew up in UPK and all that. He probably listening to them or whatever. And this guy keep trying to call and debate me in scripture. And, he even trying to shame me, saying, oh, you scared, you scared. I'm like, brother, I knew where you were. I knew where you were. I know where you are. I'm like, go play somewhere else, young man. The kingdom is at hand. The kids, stop calling me to debate me. There's nothing you can say that will get me off this path, young man. You're off the path. And until you come in the spirit of humility, there will never be a conversation with you. I know where you are. I'll pray for you. And he only became more incinerated when I said that. I said, I pray for you, brother, but time is short. America's about to go down. And there's too many things. I'm like, brother, you 20 years late when trying to debate what you're talking about. And what you don't understand, there's somebody that's before you, if you were to humble yourself, would actually give you some light, and you'll see the Bible like you've never seen it before. Because I'll only teach you what Christ has taught us. I'm not here to fight you. He's frustrated, saying, well, what about this and what about that? And God's not. I'm like, listen, brother, if you came in a different posture, I would give it to you. But just call me back. I can tell something is in his heart because he keeps calling me to try to debate me. So I know there's something there. But his pride won't allow him to come and say, well, Rakash Yar, he wouldn't even call me an elder if you don't respect me and such. I'm fine with that. If he said, well, Rakash Yar, I just need to know what is the conflict between what I believe and what you believe. I just need to know that. I'm not saying you wrong. Just help me with that. If he just came like that, I would say, well, okay. I would have pulled over the car and say, you have your Bible? Let's do it. If he came in that posture. But all that coming to think you know something more than other people and to try to one up somebody, you can't receive the Spirit anyway. All right. Let me get Matthew. Get Titus. You got Titus 3?
Yes, sir.
You already read that, right?
Yes, sir.
Read that again for me. And
Titus chapter 3, verse 10. A man that is an heretic after the first and second admonition reject.
after the first and second admonition, reject. Read the 11th verse.
Knowing that he that is such is subverted.
Knowing that he that is such is subverted. They already have their mind set in an entirely different direction. They've been subverted already. Read.
And sinneth,
And they're sinning,
being condemned of himself.
and he's condemned of himself. They want to continue the life they knew before you began to bring this stuff to them. They love their life. And to them, as far as they're concerned, they're not the one who has changed. You're the one that's changed. You used to accept them being subverted. So they looking at you like you crazy. Like, hold up now. I'm only the same person I've always been. You're the one who's changed. That's how they looking at you. And they're right. They are right. You heard the voice and followed it. Understand you have changed. You're different. You only have one or two times to try to show a person, and then you have to let your actions amongst them teach them. Your actions and how you interact will spurn some level of inquisitive in them. They'll begin to look at it and say there's something different. This is not just a fad. And it's going to be your actions that will help them on the path, not you forcing what you see on them. Right? You only have one or two times, and then you let it go and let your actions speak, which how you serve the Most High as the example. That's it. That's your only responsibility to these people. And it doesn't matter how close they are to you. You can pray for them. But if you keep trying to force it on them, Christ tells us this is what happens. Let's go Matthew 7 and 6. Read it.
St. Matthew chapter 7, verse number 6.
Read it.
Give not that which is holy unto dogs.
Read it again.
Give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine,
Neither cast ye your pearls before swine,
lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you.
because they will turn as your enemy and come against you. Folks, it's like you poured honey on yourself and went and took a stick and started beating a beehive. This person got demons all in them, and you the one going to sit there and try to still force them to see what you're saying. And now the demons is like, listen, you're trying to rid me of a person who wants us. So now we have to attack you. We're only attacking them, and they can't see because I'm blinding them to use their body. I've closed their ears so I can use their vessel, but yet you keep stirring us up. I'm going to attack you now. That's how it works. And then you start thinking that, hold up, my family's off. They're coming against me. They want me out. Let me tell you, you know why? Because you're the person who poured honey on top of their head with a stick and began to beat the beehive. You can't cast your pearls before swine lest you be rent under feet. Christ said you got to know when to back up. You're not wrestling with flesh and blood. If this person got demons in them and they're subjected to sin, subverted and want to sin, and you start stirring them up with trying to have them become spiritual, guess what? These demons in them will become defensive and attack you. Okay? That's how it works. What you're sleeping on is the power that comes from this teaching when you're trying to actually bring it forth. You're sleeping on that power and how it stirs up spirits. Right? You had something to say, Yurok? You good? All right, you good? All right.
Just small thought.
Okay, don't worry about it. All right. Let's go to Matthew 13 and 13.
I just had one quick.
Okay,
off the
go ahead,
back of
Elder
that
Lawyer.
one. It's right off the back of give not that which is holy unto dogs. It says, he that reproveth, this is Proverbs 9, 7 through 8. He that reproveth a scorner getteth to himself shame, and he that rebuketh a wicked man getteth himself a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee.
So, but if you rebuke a wise man, someone who fears God, they'll love you. But if you try to rebuke and try to change a sinner, someone who's set in their ways, they'll hate your guts. Like I said, my mother was raised Baptist. My grandfather on my mother's side was a pastor. He was blind in his old age, who learned the whole Bible through Braille. My grandfather on my mother's side. Not once through my transformation, through my awakening, not once did I look to put anything I was learning on my mother. It was my walk, my ministry, my example of being steadfast in this word that changed her. That changed her perspective of what I believe. It was my life. It was me teaching is what did it. That had her going to the book and see it in a different light. It had nothing to do with, Mom, get that pork out of here. Get that. No. My mother know that I enjoy her food, but she know that if you got ham, I'm not eating it. So eventually she said, well, listen, if I'm going to be mom and enjoy my son being around me and enjoying, I'm going to have to at least respect what he eat and this, that, and the other. And she started making things that I like. She calls me and say, I have beef bacon for you. Can you pick that up now? She don't even eat pork bacon anymore. And it was not me saying she's wrong, the Christian church is off and all that, because why? You cannot put new wine in old bottles lest it burst. Mm-hmm. You can break people and break their faith if their faith hinges on something they've learned at an early age. And that little faith they had in that religion or in that Christian church kept them on a path towards believing in the Most High.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That little thing that kept them, you can break that. And so they'll start to believe everything is a lie. Mm-hmm. Even the truth they learned there, they'll believe it's a lie. Mm-hmm. So we have to be careful with that. You can't put new wine in old bottles lest it burst.
That's right.
All right. You have to be all things to all men, that you should gain a few. And it takes a skilled person to know when to speak and when not to speak.
Mm-hmm. If I can mention as well, my mother's the same way. She checks out the videos and things of that nature, but I don't remember ever a time actually sitting down with the scriptures open and saying, this is what you need to do, so on and so forth. It was just through example.
Yeah. Yeah. A young man she could be proud of who stands with the word of God. That's all a mother ever wanted anyway. Thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
You can't cast your pearls before swine, or the demons in them will attack. Christ taught that. Matthew 13 and 13. Let's go.
St. Matthew chapter 13, verse 13. Therefore speak I unto them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand.
Now, this is backing up what Elder Lawyer pulled out from the Old Testament. So Christ even spoke to them in parables, because seeing see not, and hearing they heard not. Read.
Verse 14. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which says, by hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes.
Read it again.
But blessed are your eyes, for they see.
Blessed are your eyes that you see. Because of the people you care about, because of their evil ways, or just because not outside of them just being regular evil, because they love the life they have. Their eyes are just dim of seeing. They're blind because they don't want to see. That's what Christ is telling you. Their ears are dull because they don't want to hear. So Christ says, blessed are your eyes that you see and the ears that you hear. Be grateful for that. Be grateful for, just thank the Most High for that. And stop trying to force yourself on everyone else, because why? Everyone isn't skillful in the word. And sometimes you can do more damage than good.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Blessed are your eyes for they see, and your ears for they hear. For verily I say unto you that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them.
Now let's go to Luke 17 and 33.
St. Luke chapter 17, verse 33. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it.
Come on.
I tell you, in that night there shall be two men in one bed, the one shall be taken and the other left.
Two people in one bed, one shall be taken, which means destroyed, and one will be preserved. These are two people living in the same house. Read. And you think the one that's taken and destroyed didn't know the path of their family member in the same house? You think they didn't hear what this person was actually worshiping and practicing? Read.
Two women shall be grinding together, the one shall be taken and the other left.
You can have two people working together that's close. You think the person you're working with hasn't seen the change in you? You think they don't know what you're dealing with? But guess what? You will be left. And because that person didn't choose the path when the Most High sent you as a physical representation, almost an angel on earth to guide them, but they chose otherwise. A living example. That's what we are in Christ. We are living examples for the path, and they chose not to. So there will be one taken, that means destroyed, and you being what? You being held down by the Almighty, standing on solid ground, is preserved through the storm. That woman taken. Okay, she's gone. Read.
Two men shall be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other left.
So the righteous is left. The one who didn't listen is taken. Because the examples are before them, but they choose to follow evil. Verse?
That was verse 36.
Okay. Now, and then the Bible tells us, remember Lot's wife. Why did Christ say remember Lot's wife, folks? That's his wife. He took her all the way. The angel took them all the way to the mountain on the outside of Sodom and Gomorrah. She was saved and still looked back. So he didn't reject his wife. He helped her all the way through. But her heart was always with the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah. But her husband still loved her and prayed for her. And he took her as far as he could until she looked back, and the Most High at that point turned her to a pillar of salt. A pillar of salt. Okay? So, remember Lot's wife. Christ said that. Remember Lot's wife. Remember her. And you can apply that wife or husband. Even if it's someone you're married to. Understand. That person you married didn't change if they don't believe. You did. Own it and understand the responsibility to that person you love that comes with that. You can't look at it like, oh my God, you're this, you're that. I can't. They looking at you like, yo. One day you looked at a computer and my whole house has been turned upside down. Mm-hmm. I don't have the person I married or loved anymore. Mm-hmm. Just understand that, folks. That's right. What someone has to go through who the Most High haven't shown the truth yet. Okay? When someone in their house turn everything upside down by becoming a believer. You have to understand that. And Lot was with his wife. His wife's heart was always in Sodom and Gomorrah, taking her time while the angel said, get out of the city, because she didn't want to leave. And then the angels had to move both of them on the outside before Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. And you know what? Lot with his wife, not once did he love her less. He always prayed that the Most High would turn her around. He stayed with her. And because that path is so narrow that only one can make it at a time, he stayed with her until she decided to get off the path and look back. And her judgment was done by her. Her own judgment was made based on her heart staying where? With the heart of Sodom and Gomorrah. She did it. He did everything right by her. And she decided the wrong path. Okay? So I'm going to put this out there. Now, the Hebrew and Bible Academy is tomorrow. If you aren't enrolled, I suggest strongly you get in, because the news we have tomorrow and the lesson with the creation of the universe is going to be off the chains. And your contributions help us with the work, because we have a lot of work to do. And you learn and get locked into this word on an academia level, on a serious historical level, like you have never done under any learning setting, whether it be school or church. Okay, so I suggest strongly you go to historytimes.org to enroll. historytimes.org. If you can, put that inside the chat there for them so they'll have that, Elder Dell. And let me now, I have a question now, strictly for the sisters. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I need you to get me the story real quick of Laban promising Rachel to our father Jacob in exchange for 7 years of service. Only sisters, I need only you to answer this question. I'm going to pose in one moment. Right? Let's read it real quick.
Genesis 29, verse 15.
Genesis 29 and 15.
And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel.
Okay, Laban, Jacob's uncle, had 2 daughters, Rachel and Leah. Now, Leah was the older of the 2. She was the elder of the 2. But Rachel was the most beautiful. Right? Read.
Verse 17, Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored.
Now, when it said tender-eyed, it wasn't that she's ugly. She was ugly. But she was definitely ugly compared to Rachel. Read.
Verse 18, And Jacob loved Rachel and said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter.
I will work 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. Now, mind you, this 7 years was almost a courting period where everyone in Laban's province, Laban was filthy rich, knew that one day Rachel would be married to Jacob. It was like a betrothal. It was like a betrothal, being betrothed. Okay, they were engaged. Okay, so here it is. 7 years. Here it is. Jacob is working his behind off for this beautiful woman. Right? The wedding happens. Now, the wedding, according to the Hebrew wedding, is a little different than what we do today in the Western world. The wedding is the families come together, they have a party, they drinking, and the bride and groom are sitting there in celebration getting all the gifts, and they go to the chambers to consummate the marriage with the token of virginity as the party's going on. And then afterwards, after the party's going on, or if they're drinking a lot, they'll have the party, and at night, the honeymoon happens. Okay? That means they didn't touch each other, but that night is when the groom marries his wife. 7 years has passed now. They had the party. Jacob he's finally going to get his prize he worked for 7 years, the beautiful Rachel. Sisters, I want all of you to put yourself in Rachel's shoes right now. She's been waiting 7 years for this wonderful promised man of the Almighty. 7 years for him. And now it's what? It's consummation time. Let's go.
Verse number 20. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, but they seemed unto him but a few days for the love he had to her.
So he loved her so much that it seemed like that 7 years was nothing. Because why? They would smile with each other, hold hands. They just knew they would be together. And guess what? Even Leah understood. She wasn't jealous of Rachel or nothing. She understood at this time that, okay, Rachel is the one that, that he loves. But what happens here? Read.
And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled that I may go into her.
Give me my wife, because I've worked and my days are fulfilled that now I may consummate our agreement. I've worked 7 years. Go on.
And Laban gathered together all the men of the place and had a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter.
He did what?
He took Leah his daughter.
He took Leah his daughter.
And brought her to him, and he went in unto her.
So after the party was done, they had something to drink, and it was dark. He told Jacob, don't worry about it. I'm going to bring my daughter in. Instead of Rachel, whom Jacob worked for 7 years, Leah was brought in. The older sister. Read.
Verse number 24. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this that thou hast done unto me?
What did you do unto me? Read.
Did not I serve with thee for Rachel?
So he consummated in the night with the older sister Leah. And he says, I woke up with Leah. Where's my wife? Read.
Wherefore then hast thou begout me?
Read.
And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country to give the younger before the firstborn.
Come on.
Fulfill her week, And we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with them yet 7 other years.
He says, listen, it's against our traditions. You know, I thought about it. I fulfilled my part of the agreement. You did get a wife. But if you want my younger daughter, you got to work another week, 7 years. Now, y'all know my question, and I just need the sisters to answer this question real quick. If you were Rachel, what is it that you would have thought or felt about your father? And what is it you would have done or felt about your sister who knew that that man belonged to you, but yet he was given to her? What would you feel about your father? And what would you feel about your sister? Your Rachel. Just sisters, answer the question. I'm looking at the chat and I'm looking at it. Someone said snake. Someone said upset. Just ladies only now. Sister said betrayed. Betrayal. Anger. Let me ask. Would you have wanted to cut your family off? Would you have wanted to cut your father off and your sister off for that? Yes or no? I'm going to put that out there. Yes or no? Look at man. Look at you see this? Hold up. Betrayal. Upset. I need to put this thing on. Let me see. Betrayed. I'm going to get my husband. That's one something. I would have understood the laws. My father's house. Hurt. Okay, some people say they would have understood it. Someone said, even though you'd have understood the law of your father's house, it wouldn't change the disappointment. Right? Someone said betrayed. And let me ask you this. Oh my goodness, these things are fast. Most people said yes, that they would look to cut off their father and their sister. Oh man, I've never seen the chat go, man. Let me tell you, this academy lesson, what really happened in slavery and breaking down marriage is going to be deep. I just needed that almost as a poll. This is deep, very hurt, deceived, betrayed, broken. All right, I get it. I get it. Most people, why? Listen to this, brothers and sisters. Listen to this. Listen to this. Real quick, y'all can stop. I got you. Betrayed, I would cut them off. Someone said I would just cut them off. I'm done. Someone says that we would have eloped. Guess what, brothers and sisters? Let me drop this on you. Y'all can stop now. This is enough. I'm gonna read these later. I'm gonna read every last one of these later when I'm laying down. I'm gonna look through them and see what y'all said. But it's like this, brothers and sisters. Number one, the kingship came through Leah. The Most High thoughts are not our thoughts, neither his ways are our ways. I want to drop something to you. You know why people are feeling certain types of ways? And I'm sure Rachel was peeved. But they were closer at that time in the ancient times, brothers and sisters. Understanding, they understood a woman's purpose. They understood a woman's purpose. As far as I'm concerned, when I read this story, I was mad at Laban reading the story. I'm like, man, this guy, he's a shuckster just trying to get all the money he can out of Jacob. Okay? But outside of how I felt, the Most High seen the 12 tribes of Israel. He's seen the 12 tribes of Israel. And it tell you, with patience, possess ye your soul. Listen to this. Let's get the purpose of a woman for a man.
Genesis chapter 2, verse number 18.
Read.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an help meet for him.
I will make a what?
An help meet for him.
Women back then understood that not unlike today, it wasn't about the Disney fantasy of family. They had enough patience to hold on. Understanding their purpose to be a helpmeet to a great man. Brothers, a lot of people, brothers out there use this as polygamy. Listen, this is way deeper than just being with more than one woman, and guys will like to relegate it to the flesh and think it's about that. Okay? We were still under the be fruitful and multiply phase where the Most High would have to bring the 12 tribes as a nation, a multitude of people that was prophesied, so that be fruitful and multiply thing still applied. Okay, but polygamy off the table, notwithstanding, folks, the women were different because why? They were more patient. And they understood their purpose as what? Read it again.
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone.
Read.
I will make him an help meet for him.
I will make a help meet for him. It was about what I can be in helping meet my husband's purpose on earth. And sometimes I have to sacrifice what I deem in certain areas as happy. Because I'm here to help meet for him. And this is why, even though Rachel was angry, she loved him so much, she was still there for another 7 years. And without this, the 12 tribes of Israel would not exist. Even our mother Sarah, you think she felt good giving her handmaid over to Abraham? No, she didn't feel good about that. But she knew, according to the promise at that time, that man deserved a legacy that she couldn't give him. So it would hurt her heart to do so, but she was made to be a helpmeet for Abraham. Okay. Now, am I putting out there that a woman should be, because sometimes people interpret this as a woman should be a doormat and be ran over and all that. No, it has nothing to do with that, because in the New Testament, it says, husbands, love your wife like Christ loved the church and gave his life for her. These men that we're talking about would have given their lives for their love. Okay? But what I'm going into is we've lost patience. They've separated us. And sometimes in the midst of our anger, Satan would have us make choices that we regret down the line. Instead of being patient and working through our trouble like our forefathers did. I just wanted to use that as an example. It took Rachel 14 years. But guess what? She got what she prayed for. She received what she prayed for. One day with the Lord is as 1,000 years. To us, it might seem like an eternity. Even it tells us in the Bible that he loved Rachel so much that 7 years felt like just a few days. They didn't lose their goal, their passion. They didn't lose their love for one another to do what? To bring forth the righteous. That love created us. It was that patient spirit, getting over their anger. Even though there was cat fights and all that in between, those two women, the women of the righteous, always had the kingdom interest over theirs, over their personal interest. It was the kingdom through their men. And that's right, that leveled, that tempered our sisters in the past expectations, so that Satan wouldn't come in and say, go out there and just, put your this dress on and go out and do you and all that. No, like, listen, I'm not going to soil myself for a moment of anger. I'm going to be patient because the Most High is going to do something great for me, being a helpmeet to my man. And guess what? If he don't deserve it, hey, I'm not going to sin against my God because he's wrong. I remember Bathsheba. Bathsheba was the queen of a king who disobeyed the commands of the Almighty to help David in his time of need. And Bathsheba did the right thing by giving honor to David and giving David all the provisions and stuff that he needed to preserve her husband and her family alive. She did the right thing in spite, regardless of a disrespectful man. She did the right thing. She didn't sell herself short. And you know what happened? Eventually, because this guy wasn't right, the king, the Most High had him drop dead. Abigail. I'm sorry, not Bathsheba. I'm sorry. It was Abigail. Excuse me. It was the story of Abigail. Thank you. I got Bathsheba on the mind, but Abigail was the wife of the king, brothers and sisters. And what happened? Abigail brought David's camp everything that was needed, and Abigail's husband did what? Boom. Dropped dead. And she ended up marrying David. So just because you're not in if you're in a relationship and whatever the case is and it's conflicting and you don't know which way to go, don't go wrong. And don't choose wrong in an instance under anger. In that instance, when you're under anger and you're mad, don't make a decision that's going to cost the rest of your life, that would lead to you becoming unhappy. Be patient through it. Okay? Abigail she did the right thing. And what happened? You got it. The king dropped dead eventually because he didn't serve the living God. And the Most High gave her a husband worthy of her virtue. Okay? Sometimes read Sarah. Read of our mothers, the mothers of these great patriarchs, and take from their patience. According to this world, under the liberal movement, the woman lib movement, soon as you're slighted in any area, you're supposed to seek vengeance. You're supposed to just walk away from your legacy. You're supposed to soil yourself because you've been done wrong. The Most High was like, nah, be patient. Don't make the rash decisions. Look at your mothers. They turned out fine. And if a man does wrong, he doesn't appreciate who you are, you still be right with the Most High, and the Most High will bring in the judgment in due time. That's how it is. Right? So I just wanted to put that out there because that's really a segue into our week 3 lesson. What really happened in slavery? So I'm putting it together and I'm sure y'all going to enjoy it. You stay prayed up, sin not. If you want to support the church, there you go right there on the Cash App, $GOCC 144, donate. Okay, that's for the lessons that Elder Lawyer, myself, and Iraqi elders do every Sabbath and Wednesday. And if you've been blessed to understand and if heightened your understanding even through these teachings, if you have Cash App, you can support that way. If you don't have it, that's fine. You can always go to gatheringofchrist.org under donate, and you can do your personal donations if you would like to give us offerings outside of the tithes and offerings of the church, because what we receive is separate. Okay. Now, also, again, we're keeping the enrollments open until tomorrow morning. The enrollments for the Hebrew Bible Academy will stay open up until 8 a.m. Please, if you're going to enroll, don't do it in the last minute. I'm sure we'll be taking enrollments probably next week, whatever the case is. It depends on whether or not we're caught up. But try to get in while they're processing them now, okay? Go to historytimes.org and enroll. Tomorrow we're going into the creation of the universe. How many people we have up in here? Right now.
We had around 4,600.
You get me? Yeah? Praise the Most High. We had almost, what? What's this here? Are we still here?
We have 43 right now.
But I'm here. What happened here?
Still on.
Are we still on? Are we still on?
I think we do. I mean, we did cut off.
We cut off?
1 second.
How did that happen?
It looked like it's still running.
Okay, we still running, right?
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Something must have happened. Okay, yeah. We got a current view of, 4,351. All praises be to the Most High. Brothers and sisters, get into the academy tomorrow. I hope this lesson has encouraged you all to stand strong and not fear through this trouble. The Most High prophesied this time. He has seen this time. The angels are working in the invisible as a hedge to protect us in this time of trouble. If at any time you feel fearful, doubtful, you're not sure, go to Psalms 91 to understand what's working on the outside of us to protect the Most High's people. We have a lot of people in here. Listen, we need at least, if you're not in the academy, join the academy. It supports the work, and you don't want to miss the news tomorrow. I'll tell you right now. The news is going to be off the chains because there's things that we cannot say here. This is more so a strict place where we're going to keep it scripture based. And with the guidelines YouTube has made shadow banning us, because here it is, we got thousands of people, but they'll probably only allow 30 comments on the page. So we're being shadow banned. There's certain things we can't say, but you know what? The shackles is off tomorrow. We're not censored on the other platform the academy is broadcast on for now. So since we have that latitude to continue and teach like we used to on our Hebrew Bible Academy, we would like to see you there. Go to historytimes.org. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Elder Dell, I'm going to call you a little later. Thank you. We will soon see Zion. And thank you. You know what? I need to put on Ahai is calling back Israel. Huh? Let's get it. HistoryTimes.org will see you in the academy. Shalom. It's going to be on tomorrow. It's on tomorrow.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Ahai is gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Good point. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Ahai, gather us. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Ahai is gathering Israel. The Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Ahai is gathering Israel.